Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Welcome to another week of streaming. Starting on Thursday with the week is basically it feels a little off still, but I did spend these last couple of days well. Hope everyone had a good start to the week so far. Welcome, welcome. Hope everyone is doing well today. I'm doing well, Nilmi. Thank you for asking. How are you? I'm looking forward to today's stream because we're doing some YCS Lille prep, which I think is interesting. I mean, the YCS is relatively soon, and I can imagine most people are feeling the same way. Whether you're attending YCS Lille or YCS Anaheim the week after, it's an interesting time right now. I feel like because a lot of decks feel good. Nothing feels like it's clearly the best deck, and I think that's always interesting. So we're gonna talk about that dynamic today. We're gonna take a look at some Doom of Dimension stuff, and that's gonna be fun. I think I'll tell you more about that once we warm up. But before we hop into the warm up, thank you Artonis for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Loimas, thank you for the 21. Misu Tetsu, thank you for the 29. Grey Hunter, thank you for the 10. And Fat Mad Joker, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate the support early on in the stream. Thank you so much. Yeah. Can we see how you would play Dracotail at the moment? We can talk about that. Yes. So basically what we're going to do later is we're going to take a look at like how the new pack, like how Doom of Dimension is going to change these decks. We're going to go over the changes that are going to happen for Yummy, for Dracotail, and for K9. And then we can also discuss potential ways on how to play the decks right now. Yeah. So like that is planned for today. Yes. 8-Man Paradise, think with the 33 months. I dare you to play Dracotail again and not miss on Altharion Graveyard Effect. Yeah, I definitely, if I want to play Dracotail for YCS Lille, which I might, I think it's a good deck. I definitely have to put in some practice to not forget stuff like that. But yeah. Anyways, let's warm up real quick so everyone has time to assemble. And then, actually, let me move some cards out of the way because we're doing it with real cards today again. So let me get my keyboard closer. Are we ready to draw 2 cards? Then if you have a Radiant Typhoon card or a Quick Play spell in your hand, discard one of them or your entire hand if you don't, or add 1 Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck or graveyard to your hand. I am ready for that. I will say, little spoilers, I did go to locals yesterday, and I did record my POV again, only for 3 rounds because my battery died for the GoPro. But I played Sky Striker yesterday because I wasn't sure what to play because I didn't want to play Dracotail again. And also like some of the other decks, like I don't know, some K9 Brew or Yummy, I didn't feel like it was good to play at locals because they don't have the cards from Doom of Dimension yet. So I decided to play a deck that like doesn't change too much before YCS Lille with Doom of Dimension coming out. But even then, like I feel like in Sky Striker, that 1 card is going to change a decent amount of things. But we'll talk about that more when we take a look. I'll show you the deck list later today, probably from locals, and talk a little bit about my experience. The POV like commentary thing we're doing tomorrow for locals, simply because it takes a while to get all the footage ready from the GoPro because it's relatively big files, and when I come back from locals it's like 11 p.m. or something. So we didn't do that yesterday night, but we're gonna have it ready for tomorrow. I want to see more content of Dracotail. I like Dracotail a lot too. I might play it at locals next week. By the way, the plan for next week, in case anyone's wondering, because I'm gonna be gone on Thursday, of course, for YCS Lille. I'm gonna be gone Thursday through Monday. What I'm gonna do next week is I'm gonna go to locals on Tuesday instead of Wednesday. I'll record there. Something, maybe Dracotail, because Doom of Dimension still isn't out on Tuesday. And then I will stream on Wednesday, basically outside of the normal schedule now. I will still give you guys a Wednesday stream, so we're not missing on the full week on streams when I'm gone for the YCS. But yeah. I was 3 to 4 years away from Yu-Gi-Oh! What's a good deck for this rotation to come back into Yu-Gi-Oh? Would be happy about some tips. I think I mean, it depends a little bit on how much you want to invest, because I think some of the current like top tier decks, like I think Yummy, for example, is not a bad deck to get back into the game, because I think at its core, it's not that difficult. But then it can get pretty complex, like once you actually set up your boards and everything. But the combos itself, like what you need in order to play Yummy, is not that much. So I think out of the current top tier decks, I would probably say Yummy or Draco Tail. Those are relatively low to the ground, but I think neither of them are like budget. I'm not sure what a really good low to the ground budget deck is right now. But if that's not a factor, then I would say Draco Tail or Yummy. Memento is super budget. Yeah, but Memento is also not the kind of deck that you should pick up as your first deck if you've been out of the loop for a long time. Maybe Blue Eyes. Maybe Blue Eyes is a good shout, because Blue Eyes is not the best deck, but like in order to just learn how the game works nowadays and just play some games and do okay, I think Blue Eyes is not a bad shout. Yeah. All right, let's do some card guesser. Who is this? An equip spell. I don't know the name. Solitary Sword of Poison. Ooh, that is a pot. That is Pot of Acquisitiveness? No. Pot of Dichotomy? Yeah. I think this is an Xyz monster. Yeah. Oh, that's number 6. This is Atlantis. Yeah. This, I believe, is a Resonator card, but the only one I know is Command or Call. No. Mind Trust. All right, good call. I have no idea. Penguin Sword. Well, what you see is what you get. Abominable Unchained Soul. Yeah. Yeah, the Black Luster Soldier is something Black Luster Soldier related. I think it's the Ritual or the Link. Master of Chaos. Is that a fusion? Maybe that's a fusion. It's a fusion or a ritual. I don't know. Is this is oh, I know this one. Ah, dude. Informer Spider. Looks like someone's cooking. This is the chef's special recipe. Yeah. Dragoonity. Dragoonity. Yeah. This is this Megalith Or I think this is Megalith. Megalith Sanctum? Sanctum of Parshath? Ah, okay. My bad. This gives me Amorphage vibes, but I'm not sure if it's an Amorphage. No, it's not an Amorphage. I'll skip it. I don't know what it's called. Magma Dragon. Oh! Okay. This seems old. Is this Mushroom Man? Does anyone remember when Mushroom Man #2 was like a €5 common because people thought it was going to be good against Kashtira? I still have 2 that I ordered. Wild times. Oh, Lilith, right? No. Oh, this feels familiar. Oh, this is Sebek's Blessing. No? No, it's not Sorcerer of Sebek. What is this called? I'm gonna be pissed in a second because I should know this. Yeah, it's the one. Yeah, I know exactly what it looks like. Seal of the Ancients. Ah. Well, who knows these cards? Who are you? Jormungandr. Okay, good. This is the Is this the Pot of Greed one? The avatar of the pot? Yeah. But every time I guess a card quick, there's like one right after that I've never seen before. Immediately bringing me down. Onomato pickup. Yeah, sure. That's multi-roll. Is this another Nordic Goldfax? No. Gulin Bursty? Gulin Bursty, okay. Ooh, that's Edge Imp. Edge Imp. Edge Imp. Edge Imp. Saw? Saw. Yeah. Ooh, that's a heraldic. Yeah. This is the Link Apple. Advanced draw. No. Light ray sorcerer. This also feels familiar. Yeah, that's one of the scorpions. Dark Scorpion, the Thorn. I have no idea what this is, I think. Yeah, no idea. Probably plants related, but I have no idea. A prediction princess. Okay. The Magispector cat. Yeah. Easy enough. That is Dread Decimator, I think. Yeah. Hmm. It's a symphonic. Oh god, the problem is Thizors. That doesn't even exist. Synthis. Yeah. Iron Call, I think. Yeah. Snowman Creator? The bird. Which bird is this? I've seen this bird. Firebird. Yeah. Makes sense. Checks out. Ooh, that's an old card. Archfiend's Oath. Is it Archfiend's Oath? Please. Yes. Ooh, that's also old. Kinetic Soldier? Yeah. Wait, no! That's not his name anymore. Cypher Soldier. Why'd they change? Why did it change it away from Kinetic Soldier again? I forgot. Fire Lake. Because normally they change the name if it's like becoming part of an archetype. But like there's no archetype that's called Kinetic, right? No, it's not Soul Tiger. It's the tiger, the Flame Tiger, I think. Cypher is the archetype. Oh, so they made a new archetype and they wanted it to be part of it. Why though? It has it like yeah. Anyways, I digress. Ooh, the ship, dude. This is a vanilla level 5 skull mariner. Yeah, that's the one. Is that War Rock? I think that is a War Rock. Wento? Skylar? Skylar, okay. Ooh, this is, I believe, a prophecy card. Empress of Prophecy. Oh, dude, this is man, I've seen it. I've definitely seen it. Wild Tornado? Could be Wild Tornado. Yeah. Aloof. Okay, old card. Old card. Minar. Cyber Dragon. That is just Cyber Dragon. Dude, who are you? I've seen you. Oh, yeah. Dude. Fake VTuber fan. I keep forgetting which one's which. That's true. This is something Monarchs. Escalation of the Monarchs. Yeah. Dude, we kind of saved it. This run started off pretty bad, and now we're on 800. The second half was kind of cooking. I'm not gonna lie. If the first half was better, oh, the best card of 2017. If the first half was better, this could have easily been 4 digits because we were sitting on like 200 or 300, like halfway. The second half was pretty good. No, it's not washed. 800 is not washed territory. That's not what 800 is. 800 is pretty decent. 800 is above average. It's not washed. It's also my personal best since I turned 30. So this is my Unk PB. Personal best score overall. I think we hit 11 or 1200 once. I think it's been 2 or 3 times that I've hit 4 digits. It's very rare. But I think the best was like close to 1200 if I remember correctly. Okay, anyways. We are looking for a level 4 Dark Monster that has higher than 1500 attack, lower than 1500 defense, and is newer than 2015. I'm thinking Fallen of Albaz is what I'm thinking. Okay, we're talking 0 defense. We're talking newer than Fallen of Albaz. Fallen of Albaz is from 2020? Crazy. 1600 or 1700 attack. 1600 or 1700 attack, 0 defense, not a dragon, not a warrior, and newer than 2020. Level 4 dark. Level 4 dark, 0 defense. Theresia. No, that's 1500 attack. Maybe Diplos? No, Diplos is even weaker. It's not that. Shamal. It is not a tuner. It is not a tuner. Could be a Link 4. No, it couldn't. It cannot be a Link 4 because if it was a Link 4, this would be yellow and not green on the effect. Ghost Wyvern. Okay, at this point, dude. Okay, at this point, these are cards. This Ghost Wyvern is a card I've never seen before. It is from 2023, 2 years ago. 1600 attack, 0 defense. What about there's a there's like a Vol. I'm thinking of there's a level 4. It was that was also a zombie though. The one that I'm thinking of. Shell of Chaos. Okay, I have seen this card before, but I had no idea what stats it had. I have seen this card, yeah. I was thinking the card what was the card I was thinking of? It was like a level 4 zombie bird that has like an effect to like special summon itself from hand or another zombie. It's like you reveal it in your hand and then like you special one from it. Volcaris, the Rotten Phoenix. The Rotting Phoenix. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. This one. It did have the stats. Oh, but it's also a tuner. I didn't know that. Well, it did have the stats. I don't think it's 2023 though. It's 2025. Yeah. Relatively recent. Okay. All right, let's do some Matrix gaming real quick. We are looking for hero monsters, number monsters, junk, stardust, or synchron monsters. Okay, we have non-warrior and non-dragon. Okay, what is a non-warrior, non-dragon hero? Well, all of the evil heroes. All of the evil heroes. What's the most off the map evil hero? One of the random ass fusions, probably. Evil hero Inferno Wing. Yeah, 2%. Nice. Okay. Mentions banish. A hero monster that mentions banish. Okay, we're not putting malicious. We're not putting malicious. And we're also not putting, what's the other one called? Sinister Necrom. Because Sinister Necrom is also pretty popular these days, I think. Denier, Darklaw. Liquid Soldier. Does Liquid Soldier mention banished? I think so. But I'm going for Doomlord. I like Doomlord. That's an OG answer. 5%. Not too bad. Not too bad. Mentions battle. Mentions battle. A hero that mentions battle. Isn't there a hero monster? I remember vaguely from back in the day. There is a hero monster that like destroys spell traps when it inflicts battle damage. I think it's called Ice Edge. Ice Elemental Hero Ice Edge. I think that mentions battle. Nice. Nice. 2%. Okay, cool. Okay, now number monsters. A number monster that is not a warrior and not a dragon. Okay, this is hype. This should be easy. There's a lot of these. We can go Giant Hand. We can go, I mean, Baguska, of course. We can go Leviathan. Leviathan is a sea serpent, I think. Paradise Smasher. No, Paradise Smasher is banned. Also, isn't Paradise Smasher a warrior or is it a fairy? Let's go with Leviathan. Is Leviathan a dragon? Leviathan is a dragon. Dude, I was so sure it was a sea serpent. Okay. I had one job. And I even said this was the easiest one. Man. Black Ship of Corn. Okay, sure. 0% Black Ship of Corn. That's crazy. A number monster that mentions banish. A number monster that mentions banish. A number monster that mentions banish. Ooh. Rhapsody is a good call. Diablosis. Wait, Diablosis is a number monster? Ooh, it is. Let's do Rhapsody. 13%. Okay. And a number monster that mentions battle. A number monster that mentions battle. Malevolent Sin? What is Malevolent Sin? Oh, the spider. Liar. Number 77. What's that? The Seven Sins. Okay, that does mention battle, apparently. Junk, Stardust, or Synchron? Okay. A non-warrior and non-dragon. Junk, Stardust, Synchron. Okay. Well, obviously not Stardust Dragon. That is a dragon. I think Junk Destroyer is a warrior. Satellite Warrior is not a Junk, Stardust, or Synchron monster. Yeah, the easiest is probably to take a Synchron. Right? We can just take a Synchron that's like a machine. No, a lot of those are machines, right? Like we can go Axel Synchron, that should be a machine, right? Or okay, what Drill Synchron? Drill Synchron, let's go, machine. A Junk, Stardust, or Synchron monster that mentions banished. By any chance, does Assault Mode Stardust Dragon negate and banish? No. Junk Archer. Junk Archer works. Does Jet Synchron get banished when you bring it back from the grave? Does it say like discard a card, bring it back, but banish it when it leaves the field? Does it do that? Yeah, right? It does do that. So Jet Synchron. 20%. Okay, well, I guess that I could have seen that one coming. Mentions battle. A Junk, a Stardust, or a Synchron monster that mentions battle. Mentions battle. Stardust Assault Warrior, Stardust Spark. Ooh, Stardust Spark, I think protects from battle. I think you're onto something. Yeah, okay. Dude, the most popular answer was Junk Gardner. I didn't even know this card existed. Well, the good news is, at no point did we pick the most popular answer. So that's cool. Stardust Spark and Jet Synchron were still, and Rhapsody were still pretty high up there. 13, 14, and 20%, but still, okay. Good stuff. All right. Warm up out of the way. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Nani, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Eggs Blue Cyclone, thank you for the 7 months. Neptune, thank you for the 6. Invoker, thank you for the 30. And HDKO, thank you for the 32. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for the support. And Savas, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back to you as well. Okay. We have some YCS Lille prep to do. We're going to be talking about the format that is going to be upon us soon. I will say, quick note, are you already preparing for a Lille? What do you mean already? YCS Lille is next week, so yes, I am. But quick note, I did go to locals yesterday, and I did record it again, and we are going to be watching those games tomorrow, because it takes some time to get them ready. So we'll be preparing the videos for us to go over tomorrow. I played Sky Striker, and I can show you the list later if we have time. I don't know exactly how long the segments I have planned for today's stream. I don't know exactly how long those are going to take. If we have enough time, I'll show you the deck list today already. And if not, I'll show it to you tomorrow. But we have locals gameplay from this week, and it was with Sky Striker. What about the last regional? There isn't anything too crazy to report from the last regional because it was old ban list. So I didn't feel like I can talk about my experience with Yummy. We're gonna discuss Yummy later today with the new format and everything. But like my Yummy list from the regional last week was A, not like that crazy. There was nothing super special going on there, and B, it was just old format, so like it's not gonna apply. That's why I decided against making a deck profile. But I can share some experiences that I had with Yummy later today, because that is the main plan for today. Is I want to talk about the new format. I want to talk about my first impression further of some of these other decks, and I most importantly want to go over how Doom of Dimensions is going to change the format, because I think that is one of the most difficult things about the format at the moment, at least for me as well, is trying to evaluate how Doom of Dimensions is going to impact this super, super fresh and new format, right? Like, everyone is trying to figure out which decks to play, and then we're going to get Doom of Dimensions next week, and YCS Lille is going to be right after. So that's something I wanted to discuss today. We're going to go over mainly we're going to go over how Yummy, Draco Tail, and K9 are going to change with the new cards from Doom of Dimensions. We're gonna go over some lines and some combos and how these decks are going to change. And then we're also, after that, going to discuss some other cards from Doom of Dimensions. Now, of course, I have done a tier list already for Doom of Dimensions, but that was just my first impression. Now we're actually getting into the nitty gritty, how do these new cards actually work, and why are these decks getting better or not getting better. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. And so let me move over here. We have a set list of Doom of Dimensions, and at the same time, I also have, let me get this stuff ready. I have the cards here on my table, so that we can talk over some new lines with these new cards from Doom of Dimensions for Yummy, Draco Tail, and K9, and maybe discuss which of these decks benefits the most from Doom of Dimensions. And then we can also talk about some other decks and some other cards in Doom of Dimensions after. So the deck I want to talk about first, and the card I want to talk, or the cards I want to talk about first, is the Draco Tail cards, because Draco Tail is a deck that is anticipated, or at the moment it is viewed as one of the best decks of the new format, and I just want to talk about if that's going to stay the same way with Doom of Dimensions releasing, and what exactly is going to happen for Draco Tail. And then we're also going to discuss the position for Draco Tail in the current format in general, like how things change, because I do think for Draco Tail in particular, one big thing that's going to change is that Draco Tail is going from a let's call it a high tier 2 deck in the previous format, where like people were expecting it, but people weren't like preparing for it specifically. I think, like, for the most part, I think maybe some people were playing cards like Retaliating Sea. Draco Tail is now going to be one of the most expected decks, and one of the decks that people are going to test against a lot and are going to prepare for a lot, I think. And that is something that we can discuss in a second, like potential cards that might hurt Draco Tail and so on and so forth. But the first thing that we have to do is take a look at the new cards from Doom of Dimensions for Draco Tail. And the first one is a new main deck monster, which is Draco Tail Frixel. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a Draco Tail monster in your graveyard except Draco Tail Frixel, special summon it, then return a monster you control to the hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard as material for a fusion summon, you can set a Draco Tail spell trap from your deck, obviously. So what this card does for Draco Tail is it just gives you another name in rotation. Unfortunately, this is the somewhat sad part about this card, is that it is not a consistency piece. It is not a starter. It does not perform a fusion summon, so on and so forth. So like a lot of things that Draco Tail would have really liked is something that this card does not provide. But one thing that this card absolutely does is it gives the deck even more grind game, and it gives the deck even more follow-up, because what you can basically do is you can bring back a Draco Tail from your graveyard and then immediately bounce it back to your hand. And basically what you're going to see we can talk about some theoretical lines in a second, but you're going to see a lot of hands where I think you're going to go send this card from the deck to the graveyard to set a spell from the deck, and then when it's in the graveyard, you find a way to bring it back, either bringing back 5 mana and then bouncing it to your hand, or you can bring back a Molulu and then bounce the Frixel to your hand so the Molulu stays on your board, and so on and so forth. That's not the only thing that Draco Tail is getting. You're getting Draco Tail Sting as well, and that is a new trap card which says target a monster and or a 1-spell trap in your opponent's graveyard, banish them, then you can place a Draco Tail card from your graveyard banishment on the bottom and draw a card, which is... on the one hand, I think this card is really strong. On the other hand, it is going to put Draco Tail into a weird position where, are you really going to play 3 trap cards now in the deck? Because the trap cards are not the greatest draws, especially going second. On the other hand, like, Graveyard Interruption is a really good tool that Draco Tail didn't have. Also, most notably, this card says monster and or spell trap. So I think being able to interrupt like a monster and a spell trap is really, really relevant in some matchups. Like, for example, in the Draco Tail Mirror match, you can just banish an Urgula and one of the trap cards, for example, which is really nice. Or against Yummy, you can take away the target for like a Marshmallow when they're trying to add back Surprise or something like that. Like, being able to interrupt monsters and spell traps at the same time is pretty valuable against Mitsurugi as well, right? Like, you can banish whatever they're trying to add back off of Kusanagi. Like, if they go Kusanagi, try to add back Prayers, you can banish that Prayers, and you can also banish the Kusanagi at the same time, which is huge in the grind game, right? So Draco Tail Sting is a very high potential card, I think, in certain matchups. But the question is, are you really willing to play 3 trap cards in your Draco Tail deck? But that being said, let's maybe take a look at how these cards could work in practice rather than just in theory. And of course, since the set isn't out, we're gonna have to prox these cards. I don't have access to them just yet. The sneak peek is going to be in a couple of days, and then maybe you can get your hands on them. But with the new Draco Tail card, I think the way it's going to go is it's obviously way easier now for Draco Tail to play a large Draco Tail package. You know, something that a lot of people have been doing is play extra copies of Pan and Urgula to get up to like 13 Draco Tail names. With the Frixel, I could easily see people either cutting 1 Pan or Urgula to make it still 14 Draco Tail names, or just play 1 on top to make it 14, which I think is fine. However, I do think in most Draco Tail variations, you're going to see Draco Tail Frixel as a one-of, simply because it is very accessible from the deck, and it is also very, it's not a starter. So I think people are not really going to max out on it. It kind of goes in a similar category to Urgula and Pan, where it's more like, it's a good fusion material if you draw it, but you still are reliant on other cards to actually play the game. So it's more likely to be a 1-of or maybe a 2-of. But we can maybe discuss together how like some lines might change with Frixel in the mix. Now, I will say I haven't worked these out like to completion. I've just thought about it a little bit, and so we can talk about this together. But let's say you draw a hand of Lucius, 5 mana, and like, I don't know, three non-engine cards. Let's say 3 non-engine cards that are monsters. Let me just use 3 face down cards for that, right? Let's say we open this and 3 monsters, whatever, hand traps, right? And then you would still go normal summon Lucius effect. And in this instance, I'm thinking you either search Urgula or Frixel, and then we're gonna send the other one for Rahu later. I'm not sure which one is better immediately. Let's say we go for Urgula first. We would probably go 5 mana effect, use Lucius and Urgula. we would go, or we leave the Lucius on the board and we fuse a hand trap away. That's probably what we do. And then we go for Arthalion. Arthalion adds us back these two. Or this, I guess. Maybe we want to leave the Urgula in the graveyard. So we're going to add the hand trap back, anti-Femena, and these the Urgula is going to trigger to set a Rahu. Right? Are we going to set Rahu? And then we probably make seals if we play the standard version. Let me see. Did I take out seals? I didn't take out seals. Let's say we can turn these two into a seals, or we could not. Then we would go Rahu, use Femena with Frixel, or Gulamel. At that point, we have Seals, Gulamel. We get 2 sets. But then the Frixel is in the graveyard. How do we get that Frixel back? No, this line doesn't make sense. Surely there's a way. Like, what would we would have to make a Secretarion Dragon first, maybe. Right? We have to make Secretarion first, and then we have to Rahu for the Arthalion. I think that might be how we have to do it. So let's say Lucius Femena, we go Lucius. If we want to make a Secretarion first, we have to search Urgula here because we need Dragon and Spellcaster. Then we go Femena. Then we would have to fuse the Lucius from the field, however, unless we have more Dracotail names in hand. Of course, then the lines can change. But Frixel lines are either non-normal fusions, King of the Swamps or Patchwork, or Cross Sheeps or Secretarion. Yeah, we have to go for Secretarion here. We would set 2 now with Urgula and Lucius. So let's say we go and grab Rahu and K2. And then we have to resolve the Rahu. So we would we use Urgula or Femena here? To get the Femena into the hand so we can fuse with Rahu. Yeah, we would probably fuse with Rahu with Femena and Frixel now. Like this. But then we have no dragon for a Secretarion Dragon. Right? I guess we have to K2 for a dragon before we activate Rahu. So we like K2 for Mululu. And then we Rahu fuse Frixel from deck, Mululu from hand. Oh, sure. And that would be Arthalion. Now we would use both of these effects as well as Arthalion to bounce back 1, which would be the Lucius here. The K2 and the Rahu are now in the graveyard, and we set 2 traps. We get 2 traps. We have Femena, Lucius, Secretarion, Arthalion. Now we use Secretarion targeting Mululu, but then we have nothing engraved for Frixel. Right? You'd rather want Pan engrave? Yeah, but like no matter which dragon I use, it's gonna go back for Secretarion. No Arthalion bound? I just don't use the effect of this? That's awkward, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe it's a matter of it's not that great in 2-card combos. Maybe it's more like something that matters in like a very high engine hand. You do Gulamel and you do Arthalion after. But what's my what is my third way to fuse in this scenario when I just have Dracotail cards, right? Because do I like revive Mululu? But then when I revive Mululu, how do I get to Frixel? Is my question. Like I'm trying to understand how Frixel can make like average hands. Like how do you make it happen in average hands? Frixel revive Mululu? That would hypothetically work. However, Frixel Revive Mululu is like, how do I get to Frixel then? Because if I'm trying to get to Frixel, I have to, like, if I use Secretarion, I shuffle back my dragon, right? Cross Sheep. Okay, Cross Sheep works, but Cross Sheep needs a decent amount of setup without activating Rahu, right? Like you would have to make a Cross Sheep early. I guess we could make Cross Sheep and then activate Rahu. Like in the scenario, like, but yeah, but I mean, so we would, you make sheep instead of seals. Okay, so normal summon Lucius with a 5 mana in hand. Lucius effect. Let's just add the Frixel first, if that's the case. Activate 5 mana, fuse the Frixel from hand with a random card. Make Arthalion. Arthalion effect adds back 5 mana. And this sets Rahu. Then you make Cross Sheep. Cross Sheep here somewhere, I know. Yeah. You make Cross Sheep. You activate Rahu. You fuse 5 mana. Oh, this is a little cleaner, I think. Yeah, you fuse 5 mana with Urgula to make Gulamel. Now you trigger these 3 to set, let's say, K2 and Flame. Or maybe we set another trap, depending on if we can do more. And now the Cross Sheep. The Cross Sheep is going to bring back the Frixel. And now the Frixel is going to bring back the 5 mana to your hand, essentially, right? Special this at the 5 mana back. And then the Urgula just adds you back the Lucius. So you have just more resources, right? But then you are kind of stuck with a Cross Sheep. But being stuck with the Cross Sheep on the field isn't actually that bad, right? Because the Cross Sheep also does this on the opponent's turn, right? Like, but this does play into a lot of hand traps pretty hard. Also, the K2 here could be a second trap if you wanted to. Because what I'm thinking is like, okay, on the opponent's turn now, when I use the 5 mana to fuse, I can fuse the Frixel and the Lucius into another Arthalion. The Arthalion can go into the Cross Sheep zone, and then I can trigger the Cross Sheep again on the opponent's turn to bring the Frixel right back, and then the Frixel is gonna add 5 mana or Lucius to your hand again. So like I can definitely see how in the long run you can create a lot of extra cards with this. But I think it's basically in this hand that I've just shown, I think it's probably better to just go for the safer line, right? Like when you have Lucius 5 mana, I mean, depends, of course, which you summon Lucius, bounce Frixel. Oh yeah, that's even better. That's even more cards. Like you summon Lucius, bounce Frixel, and then Lucius triggers to search more. The problem is none of this gives you more interruption, right? This is all just creating more and more and more follow-up, which I feel like is something that Dracotail already has to an extent. So basically, like your follow-up goes from really good to completely insane, I think. But it doesn't really add much more to the end board of the deck if you don't like. Yeah, I guess if you draw super high engine count hands, you can really afford to do this, because in a normal hand where you have let's say you really do have 5 mana Lucius and 3 hand traps, I think it's always better to go Lucius, grab which one's the first one you should grab? Urgula? Lucius for Urgula, and then 5 mana effect. Actually, no, it's not Urgula. Is it Urgula? Let's use Urgula. Urgula and a hand trap to fuse into Arthalion. Set 1 from deck, which is Rahu. Then you can use Arthalion to add back the 5 mana. Then these two can make seals. Let's say seals is up here. And then you can activate this. The Rahu to fuse 5 mana and Pan? Just to have Pan in graveyard in this instance. And then you would set both of your traps. You'd have a Gulamel. Why not now Artemis? You can play Artemis instead of the Lucius, but then your line changes again. It's a different setup. And then you would use the Urgula to put back your 5 mana, right? So like this is a much safer line because you have seals. If you get nibbed, you summon out a Malulu to fuse on the opponent's turn. You're not nearly as weak into hand traps that way, I feel, because let's say you make Cross Sheep and you activate Rahu and then you get ashed on the Rahu. Unless you have extension in hand, you're going you have Cross Sheep pass, which is not it, right? Which is a little awkward. So I don't know if I would like that. But like the thing is still, I think in theory the Frixel does not sound as crazy for Draco Tail, because whenever you walk through these lines on paper, you'll notice like, oh, with like the 1 or with like the 2 card combos in Draco Tail, most of the time you're better off not going for like a Frixel line, I think. I think when Frixel is going to start to feel really good is when you have like, I think Frixel is a card that shines in actual games, basically, I think is what I'm trying to say. Is like this card, you don't have to force it into every turn 1 combo for it to be good. It's completely enough for it sometimes to be also just like an amazing extender on turn 2. For example, I've had one game yesterday with Sky Striker against Draco Tail where I went second and I wasn't able to kill with Sky Striker, but I was able to get rid of all of their cards. I basically grinded them out of all of their resources, and then they had to scoop because there's not a single 1-card combo in Draco Tail, actually, right? Like if you're on actually 0 cards, no monsters in hand, you cannot top deck anything. Like not even your archetypal branded fusion does something on its own when you have no other cards in hand. So the same is true for Lucius. Lucius on its own does nothing when you have no other cards, right? Because like, what are you gonna add? You're gonna add a 5 mana, and 5 mana can't fuse with anything, right? And this changes with Frixel, right? Like if Frixel is in rotation, if you have a Lucius in graveyard, Frixel is a 1-card combo insane extender, right? Like you go normal summon Frixel, bring back the Lucius, bounce the Frixel, and the Lucius brings you a 5 mana, and that plays all of a sudden, right? So this card just existing, I think is going to make the follow-up turn for Draco Tail a lot stronger, which is obviously not something, it's not something that you're going to notice when you just practice like the spreadsheet combos, right? In the spreadsheet combos, this card is not going to seem that crazy. I'm struggling to make it work right now, honestly, to like find good 2-card combos where you really want to go through Frixel. But like, I think it's definitely good enough to play 1 copy just to get a higher Draco Tail count in general, which I think is good. And then be able to extend with it. And I think there's also some lines where you can use it on turn 1 sometimes, I think, if you start with a way that isn't normal summon Lucias. Like let's say you do have to start with activate Rahu, right? And then you can fuse like a Lucias from your deck. And then later on K2 for a Frixel, normal summon the Frixel, bring back the Lucias, and that's just like a lot more resources than just grabbing a Lucias and normal summoning that. You just get a free Draco Tail name in rotation for that, which is a pretty big deal, because that in the long run, that means more Arthalion bounces, it means more follow-up, and so on and so forth. So I think the Frixel is deceptively good for Draco Tail while not being completely insane, right? Like we're gonna talk about the other decks. Like I think, for example, the K9 card, right? The new K9 card is like obviously crazy for the deck, and it's really easy to see why, and really easy to showcase why. And the same is true for the Yummy card. Like the Yummy card is obviously really strong for Yummy. I can see why people think Frixel is not as good of a support card as the other cards, but I think it still is a deceptively powerful card, just because Draco Tail is inherently a very grindy deck and not like super spreadsheet combo oriented. So I think the Frixel is still gonna be I think Frixel is gonna be included. It's gonna be a staple one of, I think, is my prediction. I don't think you're gonna play more than one, but I also don't think you should not play it. I think it is way too good to not play. So that is that. The next biggest question is the new trap card. To me, that's the biggest question, is do you play, like, how many trap cards do you play in Draco Tail now? So let's discuss that for a second, because I mean, at the moment, basically everyone plays one flame, one horn, because that's all you need in theory to have an infinite cycle, because you can relatively easily set up both on the first turn, and you are good to go, because one of them is going to go into the graveyard, you're going to activate the other one, that's going to shuffle this one back, and from this point on you can keep doing this until one of them gets ashed or banished from the graveyard with SP or something like that. That is definitely possible. So for the core principle of the deck to work, you only need 2 trap cards. Now, that being said, only because these 2 came out first does not mean you have to play these 2. If you decide to play 2 of the trap cards, you can also decide to cut one of these 2 to play the Draco Tail Sting, right? Oh, they can be brought back from banished, right? Yeah, the banishing one with SP doesn't actually matter, my bad. But like, you could decide to cut Horn, for example, because Horn is the one that I feel like is the easiest to play around. I think Flame is the best one. I agree. Flame, a spell negate is by far the most valuable thing. However, I found the same thing with Flame. Flame was something that, depending on the deck I was using, I was able to play around it. You know, when I was playing Draco Tail mirror matches, sometimes, you know, my opponent has a 5-mana or a way to search the 5-mana or a Cartesia. You know, like, there's ways to play around Draco Tail Flame if you can fuse without activating a spell card in the mirror match, for example. And then, like, I found ways. Sometimes I just drew Urgula plus Cartesia, and then I went Cartesia effect, fuse away Urgula, and then pop the flame. So that's the thing with the Draco Tail trap cards. They can all be played around in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, Horn has to bounce an attack position monster, so some decks can just summon their stuff in defense and play around the Horn that way. And with Flame, in theory, all you have to do is play without activating a spell card. I think that is one of the advantages for Draco Tail Sting. Draco Tail Sting can't really be played around. As soon as you're playing the game, some card is going to end up in the graveyard, right? So, like, this is the one that, like, is always going to do something, is always going to be able to be activated, at least, right? So I think that's important to note. I think in an ideal world, you would like to play all 3. You would like to have all 3 in your deck, but obviously you don't want to draw them when you're going second, which is why I had previously, when I played Draco Tail for the first time, I thought to myself, maybe there's a world where you play more than 40 cards in this deck. I think you could treat this deck kind of like Dragon Link. How people used to play Dragon Link back in the day is like they just played more than 40 cards to like reduce the number of bricks that they would see, and they just put more engine in. That also kind of works. So that's something you can do. I know you can horn your own cards, by the way, but I think whenever you're using horn on your own card, while it's obviously better than just letting it get destroyed or something, I think that's not like, it is very often correct to do, but it doesn't really speak for the quality of the card if very often you have to horn your own monster just to get the recycling and draw. Like it's not ideal, I would say, is like when you have to do it. There are some scenarios where it's crazy, like bouncing your own Bestial or bouncing your own Nibiru or something like that. That can be really cool. But like, yeah. Essentially, whenever you're horning your own card, you could also just be getting something out of your opponent's graveyard with Sting. But yeah, I think that's going to be a very important decision for Dracotail. Obviously, the more traps you play, the better your deck is going to be in the grind game, because you just have better longevity and you have better things to set off of your Dracotail effects. And you will also just outgrind other decks naturally with the Graveyard Banish. Like the Graveyard Banish is a really, really good card in grindy games. Of course, it is the quote-unquote weakest disruption out of the three, right? Like just Graveyard Interaction is not the best thing you can do. But I do think it is pretty strong. So long story short, I would probably start by main decking 2 is probably my first impression. I think siding in a third it could be pretty valid. Because another thing, I like a genuine win condition against Dracotail. If you have a deck that can grind well, one win condition against Dracotail is to just Ash or Bell the second trap, right? Like when they only play 2 traps, let's say in the current format, they play 1 Horn, 1 Flame. If they activate let's say they activate Flame first, it goes to the graveyard by shuffle, and it puts back a spell card. Then they activate Horn, and you Bell or Ash it, and then both traps are in the graveyard. Now they can no longer recycle any of the traps. They have no more ability to get these back. And if your deck can grind, there's a very high potential you can beat Dracotail because they simply cannot reset these trap cards over and over. Hypothetically, a third trap in the mix is going to, solve that problem for the Dracotail player. So I think at the moment in the next format, obviously, I mean, Ash is always a popular card, but I think Bell at the moment feels pretty good. You know, Bell has solid applications against Mitsurugi, solid applications against Dracotail, solid applications against Yummy. And I think in other matchups, you can also find solid spots for Bell. Like I think even against like more like some other decks like Lunalight or something, you'll probably find something to Bell. So I think in some matchups this is going to be relevant, where you activate one trap and then the second one gets Belled or Ashed, and then you have a problem. So I think having three traps definitely makes your deck grindier. I guess basically what I'm trying to say is we're going to have to figure out if it's going to be a very grindy format. If it is a very grindy format, I could see Dracotail decks playing 3 trap cards. Of course, that's going to suck sometimes, especially going second, when you're going to have 1 or even 2 traps in your hand. That's going to be really difficult to play with. But it's just, I like all 3 of these. I think all 3 of these traps are good in Dracotail. I'm just not sure if I would feel comfortable playing 3 traps in the main deck, but in an ideal world you would. I can see people just siding the third one because like you can side it in specifically for going first, or you can side it in like very grindy matchups. Like for example, I think when you're playing a Dracotail mirror match or something, I think it would be pretty good to have a third trap card. And also Ghost Bell, even though it can be a main deck card for sure in the next format, I think. Most of the time, people are going to side deck it, so you don't really need the third trap in like game 1. You can just side deck the third one in, and then you basically have a way to deal with getting belled on it. So I think I think that's how Draco Tail can do it. So that's as far as the Draco Tail engine goes. Let's discuss the position of Draco Tail overall, and maybe like the kind of versions that people are messing around with at the moment. Because Draco Tail still, even after a little bit of time has passed since the deck has come out, Draco Tail is still, I think, the deck out of Justice Hunters that has the most possibilities. You know, like people are playing Edgem Chain and Patchwork. People are playing Cartesia. People are playing Poly with King of the Swamp. People are playing Performapal Authorized Dissolver. People are playing Dark End Evaporation Dragon. People are playing Crowley for a Magistus package. People are playing Shadol cards in Draco Tail. There's so many ways you can play this deck, so many ways you can build it, that I think it's worth talking about. And I personally, the way I feel about this is I think the best way to play Draco Tail at the moment is probably prioritizing consistency, as well as like I like a balance between making my end board stronger, but I also just want an extra way to fuse, because I think that makes the deck more consistent. And there's another thing I wanna mention about specifically these up here. I think in theory, both Edgem Chain as well as King of the Swamp are really high quality engines for Draco Tail. I liked both of them a lot when I played this deck. However, what I alluded to earlier is the fact that Draco Tail is now a much more relevant deck than before. Now it was a relevant deck beforehand, don't get me wrong, but like now people actually think it's the best deck, some people. And I think you could make an argument for that. Like, I'm not saying those people are wrong or crazy. I'm saying like people will have Draco Tail on their radar more than before, because everyone knows it benefited a lot from this recent ban list, and people are now willing to play cards specifically for Draco Tail, whereas previously it was like, okay, you know, I gotta prepare for K9 Vanquish Soul and Yummy. Those decks are so popular. I need to focus a majority of my side deck on those. Then there was still decks like Malice was at a higher power level, so I was like people are considering Lancia more before the ban list and stuff like that. So side deck was tighter, and side deck was also not as focused on Draco Tail specifically last format. That being said, one of the most obvious and one of the most common ways to side deck for Draco Tail at the moment is Retaliating Sea. Retaliating Sea is essentially a monster that says if your opponent activates a spell card that would special summon a monster, you special summon it from your hand, and then it's basically Macrocosmos, which is obviously really good if your opponent starts with Rahu or K2. Basically, the Retaliating Sea can put you immediately under Macrocosmos, which is really rough for Draco Tail to deal with sometimes. And this is what all of the polymerization packages, whether it's Edgem Chain or King of the Swamp, they play into this, right? Because polymerization is a spell card, and I think that is one of the key advantages of playing these other engines down here, like Cartesia, Dark End Evaporation Dragon. I don't actually know. Let me check real quick how Retaliating Sea interacts with the Dissolver. How does Retaliating Sea interact with the Performapal? When your opponent activates a spell card that includes an effect that specials a monster. Okay, so you cannot activate it on spell card effects. Okay, noted. Okay, so all three of these down here, and technically the Crowley is also a way to fuse. These are ways to fuse that play around Retaliating Sea, which I think is pretty valuable. Now, one thing that's worth noting is that even if you start with a Cartesia, for example, you can still get Retaliating Seed later, because even in the Cartesia combos, you are going to go through Rahu, right? You're going to activate Cartesia, fuse away some Draco Tails, and then go for Rahu or K2 later. But at that point, at least you've played already, you've generated card advantage, and you have the stuff on the field already to, like, for example, you can SP Little Knight the retaliating seed. You're gonna lose some resources, but it's better than losing the game because you can't play. If you get retaliating seed on a polymerization, that could be disaster. Like, that's very, very tough. Because basically, I mean, if you activate poly with no monsters on the board, I think you basically lose the game instantly. Because you lose all of these resources. If you have a monster on the board already when you poly, it could be okay because you can make Guardian Chimera, which is fine-ish because at least you draw the cards back. But still, like, it's rough out there with these engines into Retaliating Sea. So Retaliating Sea is a card to consider. I think at the moment in the position that Draco Tail is in the current format, I would not recommend playing these. I mean, it's difficult because, like I said, like when you play Guardian Chimera, maybe the poly is still good enough. Yeah. Santoli says that Cartesia is an additional normal summon, and that's not good. What's your take against this? I personally think Cartesia is... I don't think that's a huge problem because, like, all of your other normal summons, like Mululu and Lucius mainly, are really good to fuse away with the Cartesia. So, like, if you normal summon a Cartesia and you have a Lucius in hand, I don't consider that a problem because you're just going to fuse away the Lucius or the Mululu and get going that way. In some ways, this is exactly the kind of hand you want to draw, right? You want to draw Cartesia with some Draco Tail names, so I don't think that's a problem. The literal only case in which this is going to come back to bite you is if the Cartesia gets impermed, which can obviously happen. But what I like about this is, like, Cartesia is a quick effect fusion. So if they imperm the Cartesia on your turn, even if you can't play on this turn because you didn't draw Rahu, K2, Phimena, you can still fuse on the opponent's turn, which I think is nice. I think Cartesia does not conflict with other normal summons in this deck. I don't think that's a problem. And I think because it's a quick effect, it also makes it better than the Dark End and the Odd Eyes sometimes. Because, I mean, going first, these two are fine, I think. But, like, going second, when you activate one of these and your opponent just has a way to get rid of it immediately, then you might be in trouble. Yeah. Cartesia is poly, cash it back in the end phase, and a spellcaster. It is really good. I think Cartesia checks a lot of the boxes. I think right now I would lean towards playing Cartesia in Draco Tail if I had to play. Or, like, I would lean towards playing Cartesia in Draco Tail because all of the things that we just said. You know, plays around Retaliating Sea, comes back to your hand, which I think is really good. Like, I think that's something that also shouldn't be underestimated, the fact that Cartesia jumps back into your hand every turn, which means that you just have, like, one extra material for this. So, like, instead of having to decide, like, oh, do I add back stuff from my grave or do I bounce my opponent's cards, you can just do one extra, so you usually don't have to decide. Like, you will have enough resources to do both, get some resources back and bounce their stuff. So I think Cartesia is pretty good in Draco Tail right now. As far as secondary engines, I've seen people mess around with. I mean, I've messed around with Megistus a little bit. I've played a little bit of Shaddoll, and I've also seen people mess around with Dragon Maids. I think all of those engines are good. Personally, my first impression of these is I think playing Crowley is 100% valid. You can. I'm not sure if it's better than just playing pure Draco Tail, but I think the Crowley line is pretty strong. And it's also, I guess one small thing about Crowley is that it will make games a little bit faster, I feel like, because if you resolve that combo, your opponents are going to not be able to really play into it that well. So with the new time rules in mind, there is less games. There's less games where you go closer to time because the Crowley end board is just going to make things faster sometimes. So I think that's valid. I think Shaddolls are interesting. What I don't like about Shaddolls is I don't like that they are just like more cards that are reliant on you being able to perform a fusion summon for you to do anything. I think that is already a difficult thing to do with Draco Tail, is play enough Draco Tail names, play enough ways to fusion summon, and then also fit in Shaddolls, and then also have enough non-engine in general for the format, which I guess you could argue with K9 Vanquish Soul being out of the format, it is possible to play less non-engine in general, because it is a more mid-rangey format. You know, you don't have to necessarily hand trap Mitsurugi 10 times in order for you to be able to play the game, right? Like the Mitsurugi endboard is something you can play into. All of these things are true. So I think playing some extra engines in Draco Tail is now a possibility rather than before, where maybe it was more optimal to play a lot of hand traps. I still think you want some hand traps, you know, like cards like Nib, cards like Fuba. Also, Ash seems pretty high value in the current format. I think the best way to go about it is to prioritize consistency cards. So I'm not sure how I feel about the Shaddolls. If anything, I would probably play them in a very small package. And I think I prefer more ways to actually fuse. And if I wanted more cards to fuse away, I think you could also just play more Draco Tails. Like, I think playing more Pan or more Urgulas, I think, is also something that you could consider for Draco Tail. Overall, I think Draco Tail is pretty well positioned right now. I think the deck it has a lot of room for customization. So depending on what kind of meta call you make, because that's ultimately what we're all doing for YCS Lille, is we're trying to guess what the format is going to be like. We're trying to guess what kind of decks people are bringing, and we're going to try to cook up a deck that performs well into that expected format. I think if you expect a lot of Yummy, you can adjust your Draco Tail deck accordingly. If you expect a lot of other Draco Tails, you can adjust your Draco Tail deck accordingly. So on and so forth. Could you show the Megistus combo? You can go !YouTube. I made a deck profile and explanation for the Draco Tail Megistus like a couple days ago. It's out there. Yeah. Another thing that someone just brought up in chat, good point, branded fusion. The new Draco Tail name is a light monster, which I think is interesting for a couple of reasons. Not just branded fusion, but also Shaddol fusion. It being a light monster is certainly relevant. Now, I have not played branded Draco Tail yet. I personally was under the impression, I mean, branded fusion being at 2 also makes that deck a little more attractive, I feel like, because you just have more ways to branded fusion now. And like, I've seen people play like cards like Aluber in the deck, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not a huge fan of this. I'm not a fan of playing more normal summons. Like, Cartesia is another normal summon, but Cartesia at least performs a fusion summon on its own. Whereas like normal summoning Aluber, if that gets interrupted and you don't have one of your spells or Frymena in hand, that's going to be tough. So, I don't know how I feel about like how are you going to build branded Draco Tail? Are you just going to play 2 branded fusion and 1 Albaz? And then give up some extra deck space for that? I don't know. Are you actually going to play like Aluber branded opening type stuff? I don't know if I really like giving up non-engine or other engines for that. One thing I could see for sure is in any Draco Tail version that plays Shaddol cards, I think playing Shaddol fusion post side is now even better than before, because being able to fuse away to make a construct, I think is pretty cool, because that way you basically get 2 Shaddolls from your deck. Like, you can send, let's say you send Squamata and Frixel to make Construct, and then you go Construct effect and Squamata effect. You can send like Beast and Dragon, or and then you pop a spell and you draw a card and stuff like that. I think that's pretty neat. But I think both of those are rather niche changes, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know if making Construct is always going to be better. because I mean, obviously, what people have done previously with Shaddoll Fusion in Draco Tail is they would play either the wind or the fire Shaddoll, or both. And then, because like being able to send a wind or a fire Draco Tail is also really good, right? Like being able to send an Urgula from your deck into back row and then have a non-target pop is also really, really good, right? So Grista or I think Wendy or Wendigo is the wind one. Those are also still really powerful options. App Cologne is a monster negate. App Cologne is a monster negate, but like Shaddoll Fusion into App Cologne, you don't access your Draco Tail cards at all, right? Like you're sending 2 Shaddoll monsters, which is fine. You can do that. If you already have Draco Tail cards in your hand, you don't need the access through Shaddoll Fusion. I think that's fine. One of the quote unquote bigger issues with Shaddoll Fusion that I have is number one, it doesn't actually beat Herald of the Arclight, which I think that is. We're going to talk about Yummy in a second, but I think like the Yummy matchup for Draco Tail now very often boils down to 2 things, right? The first thing is, can you bait the Herald of the Arclight before you start playing? Because if the answer is yes, then I think you're in a pretty good spot inherently to beat Yummy. But the second thing is, can you outplay their non-engine, right? Because Yummy has a lot of non-engine available to it, a lot of non-engine spaces. And so like cards like Ash, cards like Bell, cards like Purge can really mess with the Draco Tail deck, you know? Like if they have Ash Purge in their hand, I think it is not that simple for Draco Tail to actually maneuver around the board, especially if there's a Herald that you have to force first, you know? That's gonna make it a little tough sometimes. Although not impossible, you know, it is. I don't think Yummy is a bad matchup for Draco Tail, but it does require some serious work. And Shaddoll Fusion is not a card that really helps you with that. Like, yes, when they have Herald, you can activate Shaddoll Fusion, but it doesn't give you all that much. Like, sure, okay, let's say you do actually play App Cologne. You can summon App Cologne by sending 2 Shaddolls from your deck, but they will be banished, so they won't trigger. And then you can use App Cologne to target the Herald, sure. And then the Herald is, I think, negated forever, so they probably use it to negate the, they would probably use it to negate the App Cologne. So in that regard, it does do the job, right? It does out the Herald of the Arclight if you play App Cologne with multiple Shaddolls. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think Draco Tail is pretty well positioned right now. I think the problem, at least in my head, the problem is a little bit like I'm not sure how many hand traps you should use in Draco Tail, because I am not sure how many you actually need in the current format, if that makes sense. Like I think with a deck like K9 Vanquish Soul out of the mix, which was a deck that you really like, K9 Vanquish Soul, it was kind of a paradox, because K9 Vanquish Soul was really good into hand traps because they had K9 cards, but at the same time you could not really not hand trap it because the deck setup was just way too strong. I think that put you into a spot where basically playing hand traps was mandatory. Right now, there's a couple of decks that you don't need to play hand traps against, but you can. And Draco Tail has a lot of synergy with hand traps, but you don't want to play too many hand traps, because if you play against Yummy, for example, the hand traps are not going to feel that good. At least that's how I feel about hand traps at the moment against Yummy. I don't think they're that amazing. Yeah. Is it smart to combine Draco Tail with Bystials? If you're asking if I would play a like Bystial engine in Draco Tail, like an actual package with like Lubellion and Regained, I personally wouldn't do that. But I think Magnamut is pretty strong. I think Magnamut and maybe a Druid Worm is something you could be main decking, or you should at least be side decking it in what's it called, in Draco Tail, because like Magnamut is just really good against some decks in the format, like against Mitsurugi. It's a really high quality card, and I really like the fact that it searches you engine in Draco Tail. I think that is always when Magnamut is at its most powerful, is when it can search you an actual engine piece, right? Like summoning a Magnamut, disrupting your opponent, and then searching like a Mululu or a Pan or an Urgula for your turn is really, really strong. So yeah, I think in that regard, Draco Tail is pretty well positioned. I think the biggest question is how well can you maneuver around Retaliating Sea? Because you know, some hands you just have to start with Rahu or K2, or you play Poly and then you get hit with it. Like it can be rough with Retaliating Sea in the format, I think. So that's gonna be a big deal for the deck. It's kind of like, it's not the best comparison, but it is kind of comparable to Lancia against Malice, where like you had some hands where Lancia didn't hurt you that much because you had like backup Adignister and stuff like that, but then there's some hands where you just walk into it full on and you have no way to really beat it. I think it's not quite the same for Draco Tail, because Draco Tail has better and more realistic ways to actually out the Retaliating Sea. But yeah. Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon isn't out to Retaliating if you start with Cartesia. Yeah, but if you start with Cartesia, you can't get Retaliating Seed, right? Like, sure, you go normal summon. Let's say you go normal summon Cartesia, activate effect, use 2 from hand to make Arthalion. You trigger the ones you sent from hand, and you set K2 and Rahu, right? And then you, I guess then if you make seals immediately, and that's an interesting question, right? Like, for example, I guess that's a question to the Draco Tail players right now. If you go, let me pull up the, hold up. Let's say you have a really good engine hand of, I don't know, Cartesia, Lucius, and Mululu or something, right? And you go normal summon Cartesia and it resolves, and you make Arthalion here, these 2 trigger, and you also get them both back to your hand. You set K2 and Rahu. Like, do you make seals here? Because if you do make seals, the Retaliating Sea might potentially hit you really hard, right? If you do end up making seals. I guess what you can always do is you can activate K2 first. Actually, how hard does the seals hit you? Oh, it hits you pretty hard. Okay, you make, let's say these 2 make seals. Let's say these 2 make seals, and then you activate Rahu, and your opponent goes Retaliating Sea. If, like, because the thing is, normally I would want to activate the K2 first, right? Normally I would want to make the K2 first. Seals with Cartesia, obviously you make the freaking Blue Eyes link, come on. K2. K2 goes ahead. It's weird, because if this is my hand, I would rather K2 for a Phimena here, so that I can go Rahu, use the Phimena with Urgula, get my 2 traps, and then get the Phimena back to hand with the Urgula. That's what I would like to do. But that is a lot weaker into Retaliating Sea, right? Even if I start with Cartesia. All right? You use K2 first, they retaliating. But like, why would they retaliating in response to my K2? If I leave these two here, I activate K2, sure. Why would they retaliating now? They can just wait, no? Because they know I can make SP. Like, why would they not? Why would you, if I was the player who has a retaliating C in hand, why would I not? I would always try to wait for my opponent to activate Rahu so that I'm locked into fusions and I can't make the, I cannot make the, what's it called? Right? Megistus kind of plays around it, right? Megistus plays around it because if I go K2 here and they don't retaliating C, I add Phimena, I can make Artemis, and then I Phimena into the Zoroa, and the Zoroa can then negate retaliating C, right? So if my opponent is playing Megistus and they activate K and I activate K2, they kind of have to make the do the retaliating C. So yeah. It's an interesting dynamic. It's an interesting dynamic. Because if my opponent is playing pure Draco Tail with no Crowley, then I should just let the K2 resolve, right? I should just let the K2 resolve, and then I retaliating them on the Rahu, and then they can't SP it anymore, and it's really strong. But it's like, I think it's worth noting, I guess, for the people that are wondering right now, if like, because it's always a weird dynamic, right? Like if people are starting to cut polymerization now because everyone is scared of retaliating C, you might ask yourself the question like, oh, is retaliating C even that good anymore if people are not playing poly? I think the answer is still yes. I think even as this showcases, even the hands that open Cartesia can be pretty damn weird into retaliating C. Even if you open Cartesia, it can be pretty awkward to respect the retaliating C. So I think the card is still good, even if people play Cartesia instead. Cartesia just basically, Cartesia is not like it makes your Cartesia does not make your deck immune to retaliating C. It just makes it slightly better into it. Well, yeah. And that's one of the things that's if I had to pick some, because we've talked about a lot of the things that are good about Draco Tail, right? Like it grinds very well, it plays very well into boards, it gets some good support that makes the grind game even more insane, and so on and so forth. What are some of the reasons maybe not to play Draco Tail at the moment? I think one of the reasons is you're playing trap cards in your main deck, at least 2, maybe 3, depending on how you decide to do it. But this is going to make some of your hands going second a lot worse. I think most of the time people are going to main deck 2, but still, sometimes drawing these is awkward. Cartesia plus 2 names can completely ignore retaliating C if you wanted to. You mean like just don't set the spells and set the 2 traps? Sure. The problem that I have with this is that you're making, so okay, if you have Phimena access, okay, sure. So let's say a hand like Cartesia, and then you have Phimena, Cartesia, Phimena, and I don't know, Mululu, right? So you're saying like, okay, normal summon Cartesia, fuse these 2 away, make Arthalion, add these 2 back, these 2 set 2 traps. I turn this into the Blue Eyes Link 1 before I make seals, and then I pass. My problem with this is that it's not a bad play. Obviously into retaliating C, it's really good. But I have my doubt that this really plays around retaliating C. And the reason I say this, also Cartesia comes back to your hand. The reason I say this is this setup is something that every deck in the game at the moment can play into, right? And you're only going to have 2 other cards in your hand. So even if those 2 other cards in your hand are solid non-engine, you're probably going to enter a grind game from this point on. Most likely. I mean, it's not little disruption that you have, but it's not like something that most decks are just going to scoop to. So you're gonna, it's post side. Your opponent has probably sided in some good stuff for your deck. Like it could be Retaliating Sea, but it could also very well be like Bell, that makes your setup weaker, or other cards. And so since you haven't baited out a hand trap at all, so your opponent has 6 cards. They're gonna play into your board with full power. You're gonna grind with them. They're probably not gonna kill you at all. You are going to disrupt them a little bit and probably set follow-up while you are playing with them, right? Like you're gonna fuse with the 5 mana, you're gonna fuse away the Malulu, negate something, set Rahu or K2 for follow-up. And I think that's when the Retaliating Sea, if they actually had it, and I think that's why it's not really playing around it, if they actually had a Retaliating Sea in their opening hand and you played around it, on the follow-up turn, it's gonna friggin' destroy you, right? Like on the next, if they like, let's say they break your board, which I don't think is that unrealistic, they break your board partially at least and set up like a half board on their own, and you start next turn by activating K2 or Rahu, that's set. That Retaliating Sea is probably going to be unbeatable for you on the follow-up turn. So I guess if your non-engine is really strong, like let's say you have Ash Nib. Yeah, if you have Ash Nib, it's probably strong enough, right? Like you have the Horn Bounce, the Flame, you have Sealed into Malulu, you have a 5 mana to fuse. It's probably good enough. But basically what I'm trying to say is you have to respect the Retaliating Sea for the entire game, not just for turn 1. And then I think on the follow-up turn, playing without K2 Rahu is going to be really tough. But at the same time, on the follow-up turn, you do have a battle phase. So if you start your turn 2 with K2 and they Retaliating Sea, you can go like, okay, normal summon, I can search Lucius, normal summon Lucius, attack Retaliating Sea, and then play in main phase 2. So fine. It's something to keep in mind. Yes, it is something to keep in mind. Anyways, where was I? Yes. Draco Tail, really good deck. One downside is you're playing trap cards, 2 to 3, which are going to ruin some of your draws. Second downside is Retaliating Sea is a menace, and Retaliating Sea will see play for sure. And number 3, I think because the deck makes relatively low to the ground end boards, there's going to be some games where you go first and you're not going to be able to win even if you combo, because your deck just is inherently a little bit more fair. This is not necessarily a bad thing, and there are ways for the deck to fix that issue. I honestly think my favorite version of Draco Tail, however, is the one that makes more, like, I don't like putting in more engine stuff to make your end boards more unfair. My favorite one so far was the Crowley, and the reason for that was the fact that you only play one card in your main deck to make your line stronger, and not like you don't have to play like multiple cards to make it work. Are you going to be in Munich on Saturday? Nah, Munich's too far for me. I thought about it, but it's like 4.5 hours or something. I'm just going to be streaming on Saturday. The 5 extra deck slots are steep. I thought about that, and I don't think it has to be 4. I think the Chorozo is not necessary. I think it's 4. It's Artemis, the Zoroa fusion, the Iwas. Wait, is it just 3? Oh, and the Kaliga. Yeah, it's 4. I think that's fine. I think you don't need the Chorozo. I never made it, and I don't think it's necessary, because I mean, as long as you still play Horn. If you take out the Horn, then you might need the Chorozo, because the Horn is how you protect from your opponent attacking it. But yeah, I thought about cutting the Kaliga. Cutting the Kaliga is not impossible. I think one argument to play the Kaliga is it makes games significantly faster, and it also makes it way less likely that you're getting high rolled. Like your opponent can draw like they need a really custom hand to beat Kaliga. But yeah. Yeah, that's Draco Tail for next format. I'm excited to try it. It is currently an option for me for YCS Lille. I'm a fan of the deck, and I am still practicing it. I still am not perfect with the deck, because I think ultimately that's what it takes to top or win the YCS with Draco Tail. I think it could happen. I think Draco Tail could win the YCS. But it takes a lot of practice. I think this is a deck where you're gonna have a lot of very intricate game states and very complex decisions, and all that already, like we discussed right now, it already starts in deck building. There's so many decisions to be made with Draco Tail that I'm gonna need some more practice with it before I can say whether I want to bring it to the YCS or not, but it certainly is an option. All right, let's talk about another deck that I think people are at the moment a little bit uncertain about how to feel about it, and I am in the same camp, and I want to talk about that deck right now, and that is Yummy. Now, Yummy is a deck that is obviously losing something from this ban list. We are losing 2 copies of Obedience Schooled, and we are going down to 1 Herald of the Arclight, but we are getting a replacement in Doom of Dimensions, and so I want to talk about that real quick. And then I want to discuss it, because I guess for those of you that didn't know, because I didn't make a deck profile because it was last format, but I did play a regional last weekend, and I decided to play Yummy just to get some experience with the deck and see how it feels. And so I want to discuss from the perspective of someone who's played Yummy, even though only one day, one tournament, 9 rounds. I want to talk about how it felt, and I want to talk about how I expect it to feel after Doom of Dimensions, once we've talked about the new card it's getting in Doom of Dimensions. It gets 2 cards. We're gonna take a look at both, but the really important one is just the Marshmallow here. So Marshmallow Yummy works a little bit differently than the other Yummy monsters in the sense that it says if you control no monsters, or all monsters you control are light beast monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. Now, this first line is already pretty big news for Yummy for a couple of reasons. Now, the first thing to note is that it has a different summoning condition than the other Yummies, because all of the other Yummies, you can special summon them from your hand if you control the Link 1 or if you control a level 2 Synchro. With Marshmallow Yummy, you don't need any of that. You can special summon it on an open board, or if you have all light beasts. This is a big deal because previously, this is previously a problem sometimes for Yummy, is that your opponent just clears your board and you have no way to extend with the Yummies. Like, let's say you draw a Cupsy and a Cookie, you go normal summon the Cupsy, and then your opponent, like, I don't know, spins it into the deck, and you cannot special summon your Cookie. Or takes it with Holy Sue last format, right? Like, you normal summon Cupsy, search Surprise, they take the Cupsy with Holy Sue, you can't special summon your Cookie, it's kind of doomed, right? Marshmallow Yummy gives you a way to play around this now, because you can special summon it on an open board. There's a very key difference between Marshmallow and the other ones, though, and that is just this one thing over here, the colon, which indicates that this is an effect that activates in the hand, which is different than all of the other Yummies. The other Yummies, you just special summon them from your hand, and that's it, right? The thing with Marshmallow is that it plays into Izuna, which I think is somewhat relevant. We're going to discuss the situation of K9 in the current format in a second, but I think, honestly, in some ways, it's true. K9 decks did get worse. On the other hand, Izuna is still a relatively generic hand trap that people could decide to play, right? Like, we've seen K9 Izuna in Draco Tail, for example, last format, right? And that's a big deal. Izuna still wouldn't be in my deck post side versus Yami. That's the thing, right? With Marshmallow, only because you can special summon it does not mean you have to. Like, for example, if you open Marshmallow and Cupsy, what you can still do is you can just normal summon the Marshmallow, make the link 1 with it, and then special summon the Cupsy. That way, you have still played around the Izuna pretty well. You haven't activated anything in hand. That is an option you still have. And I think that is already, even if this card had no effect, that is already something that's worth taking away from this. This is just 3 more Yummy names, 3 more normal summons or special summons, depending on how you choose. And that is more starters. More starters that can also be extenders if you really want to, is a pretty big deal for Yummy because we're losing Obedience Schooled. And Obedience Schooled was a starter, but it was also one of the best extenders, especially going second into boards, because like it was very hard to actually stop Yummy from playing if they had Obedience Schooled, right? Like if they had Obedience Schooled, you would just struggle to get rid of all of the bodies. But Marshmallow is really good as well. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Yummy spell trap from your graveyard to your hand, or if this card was special summoned by the effect of a synchro, you can place a Yummy field spell or a Yummy continuous spell trap from your deck or banishment face up on your field instead. Now, I think this effect is deceptively powerful in Yummy for 2 reasons. The first reason, and I think a lot more relevant reason, is the fact that like you now only have to play 1 Yummy Surprise. Obviously, previously, Yummy Surprise was a 2 of in Yummy decks most of the time because you wanted to search it going first every time. It was usually what you search with Cupsy, and then you would have it set because it was also a very important endboard piece. And then it would go to the graveyard. Yummy had no way to recycle it. And then on the next turn, you would really like to search a second one. So Yummy Surprise was a 2 of because you needed 1 on turn 1 and 1 on turn 2 a lot of the times. Marshmallow Yummy on summon adds Yummy Surprise from your graveyard back to your hand. It can also add the field spells back from the graveyard, but that's not as big of a deal. What this does for the deck is you now basically never see people play 2 Yummy Surprise anymore, because once you have 1 in rotation, you can get it back into your hand every single turn, both on your and your opponent's turn, with the Marshmallow. Oh, by the way, the Marshmallow is a 3 of auto include in Yummy, by the way. So that's the thing, right? You have a surprise, you search it on turn 1, it goes into your graveyard, and then you add it back with the Marshmallow, so you have it for your follow-up turn already, so you don't need to play a second one for follow-up. Another thing that might go unnoticed is the fact that normally in the previous in the before Doom of Dimensions, basically, you would go Cupsy, search Surprise, and you wouldn't use it in your combo. You would set it because it is a really good endboard piece. You didn't want to use it because then it would be gone, right? You didn't want to use the effect to special summon a Yummy monster, right? Because then it would be gone. Now, what you can do is Marshmallow is in rotation, and on turn 1, Yummy has no spell that goes into the graveyard normally. So normally you just special summon a Marshmallow on turn 1 and not use its effect. So what you can just do is you can just either you use the surprise first, bring back a Yummy monster from the grave, and then special summon the Marshmallow later, and then add the surprise back. Or you can special the Marshmallow first, it goes to the graveyard, you go surprise, bring back Marshmallow, Marshmallow effect, add back surprise. So because you can quote unquote waste your surprise now, you can waste your surprise because you're going to add it back for free. That means every single turn 1 Yummy combo has 1 extra body now, because you're no longer holding the surprise for next turn. You're just using it because you're getting it back anyways. So I think Marshmallow allows you to build your deck a lot better. It allows you to build your deck a lot better because you don't have to play 2 surprise, which is not a great draw. And you can loop that surprise infinitely, and you get a free body on turn 1 because you can use the surprise to revive it without actually losing it. all that while also being a starter and extender for the deck. So Marshmallow Yummy really is, in my opinion, the best possible card they could have made for the Yummy deck. Without, like, the only thing they could have made better is it not playing into Izuna, but I think that was probably on purpose. So between 12 names, some amount of Piri Rise map, 1 Obedience Schooled, and some amount of Sky Striker engine, you can still make the Yummy deck super consistent. This is 12. You can play 3 Piri Rise map for 15, 16 plus Obedience with Obedience Schooled, and then also some Sky Striker cards. Like, you can still play enough Yummy starters for the deck to basically always play. So the deck is now still the same amount of consistent as before. You're still going to play the 2 field spells, but now you only have to play 1 surprise. So depending on how many starters you choose to play, you still have like upwards of 20 non-engine in Yummy. Very quick, just so we've gone over it, just so we've mentioned it. Yum Yum Yummies is a new continuous spell card that releases in Doom of Dimensions. However, most of the time it does not see play, but I still want to go over it real quick just for completion's sake. Each time 2 or more Yummy monsters are special summoned to your field at the same time, you gain 500 life points, and if you do, your opponent loses 500 life points. This, I mean, if you've played Yummy, you know this can add up pretty quickly because you're tagging out and then you're tagging back in on the opponent's turn like multiple times. But still, you can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can pay 500 life points, then target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including a Yummy Snatchy. Send both to the graveyard, and if you do, special a Yummy Synchro from your extra deck. This is treated as a Synchro summon. If your opponent activates a card or effect, except during the damage step, you can pay 100 life points. Immediately after this effect resolves, Link summon a Yummy Link monster. These effects are not bad. It helps you break boards going second a little bit. It is removal, which is not something that is... I think that's something that Yummy likes. You know, Yummy likes removal. And also, the ability to Link summon another Snatchy on your opponent's turn is also something that you shouldn't underestimate, I think. Like, in some cases, this is pretty good. My problem with this card is that Yummy just doesn't want to search it, because obviously this is a one of. You would never play more than one. I mean, it's a 0 or 1 of, but like if you wanted to play it, you would always only play 1. You would never play multiples. And the thing is, like, when you're going first, the only realistic way you have to search it is Cupsy, but Cupsy always wants to search Surprise. So you would only really be searching this if you already had Surprise, which is a 1 of, so you don't draw it that often. So you're probably just not going to play this. It also doesn't add anything to your turn 1 combo. Like, if you, like, of course, your opponent is not going to have a monster yet, so you're not going to be able to use that effect. So if anything, it could be used as a board breaker, but even then, it's not really a board breaker. I don't know. I think the most interesting part, I guess, is the last part here. If your opponent activates a card or effect, you can pay 100 life points. Immediately after this effect resolves, Link summon a Yummy Link monster. This could, in theory, help you play around Dark Ruler no more. Like, for example, the standard Yummy end board that you, or like, let's say you make a relatively standard Yummy end board of like this, right? Let's say you have the Herald, you have Snatchy and a level 1, and you have a Cupsy, and you have a surprise set. Like, if your opponent Dark Rulers this board, and you have the continuous spell, what you can do is, after the Dark Ruler has resolved, you can use the effect when they keep playing. You'll use the Cupsy to Link summon another Snatchy, and then that Snatchy is not negated, and it can quick synchro, right? Which is neat. But at the same time, the surprise already plays around the Dark Ruler a little bit, right? You can just surprise and bring back a Snatchy from the graveyard as well. That also works. you can place it with Marshmallow on the opponent's turn. So if your opponent plays into your board, then it can add to your board. The problem is you can only, so, okay. You would have to summon Marshmallow with a synchro effect, right? So in this scenario, right? In this scenario, if your opponent plays into this board and you tag out the Yummy Way into a Marshmallow, then yes, you can place the continuous spell for free. I don't know. You can place it turn 1 with Marshmallow from Starham, but it's still bad. Yeah. I mean, maybe, okay, maybe if you can, if there's a combo that you can do that places the new spell and surprise post side, like maybe you side deck one for going first to play around Dark Ruler, because if you have both, then that seems pretty good. But then you do have to go through Starham and you have to discard a card from your hand. So you would only really have, you can only really do it if you have access, like excess cards in your hand that you want to get rid of. I could see that maybe, like maybe it's a one-of that you put in post side, but for the most part, I don't think it matters enough for me to really. I don't think it's that good. Basically, I don't think it's that good. I think the big deal is the Marshmallow, of course. So basically, all things considered, I believe that Yummy is getting a lot better with Doom of Dimensions. I think Yummy is receiving a lot of support in Doom of Dimension, and it is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Here's the thing that I want to discuss right now. Yummy is going to be hyper consistent because you can play as many starters as you want in Yummy, right? Like I said, you can play 3 Marshmallow, 3 Cupsy, 3 Cookie, 3 Lollipo, 3 Piri Rise map. That's already 15. You have an Obedience School, that's 16. We have the Sky Striker package, and then there is a bunch of other engines that are also 1-card starters for Yummy. Like there's a couple of things you can play. Like I don't know, I've seen people play Snake Eyes. I've seen you can do it with Primite even. You can do it with whatever else, like whatever you can think of. Basically, you can turn into a Yummy combo somehow. So you can make this deck as consistent as you want, and you're still gonna have, like, even if you decide to play like 18, 20 starters, you can still play, like, you have 3 engine requirements. So let's say you play 17 starters, just because the numbers work out nicely that way. Let's say we have 17 starters. We have the 3 engine requirements, which puts us to 20. We can play 20 non-engine in Yummy, right? So I think that's its main advantage, is that it's basically the deck that can play the most non-engine and still have the most consistent, like, 1-card combo access and stuff like that. So it's a very like, in that sense, traditional 1-card combo deck because it fits so much non-engine. The question is, and that's one of the reasons why I personally at the moment I don't actually dislike Yummy, even though you guys know I'm not the biggest fan of the 1-card combo stuff. I personally don't feel like the Yummy board is anything super crazy. Like if you look at what I just put there, like for the most part, the Yummy end board is gonna look something like this. Access to both field spells, of course, through cycling, and then like 1 on the board, usually, I think. Plus non-engine, right? It's not something that is like, you don't have to scoop into this, right? Like you can play into that. Of course, it does represent a decent amount of disruptions, but there are some decks in the format that can overrun this board. Like we've talked about it before. Draco Tail, as soon as it can out the Herald of the Arclight, has a pretty good time into this deck. Mitsurugi, and that's something I wanted to mention. Mitsurugi is really, really tough for Yummy, I think. Mitsurugi is very, very hard for Yummy to deal with its engine, because the Murakumo Raigeki effect is so powerful against Yummy. So that's the thing. But I think I think Yummy is still relatively well positioned in the current format because it just has so much non-engine, right? So like, of course, if you just look at this board, in my opinion, like it looks pretty beatable, but you have to consider that Yummy can do this with one card relatively consistently. I mean, not relatively, super consistently. They can do it with one card. If they draw extra extenders, they can maybe make it a little bit better. And they're going to have, like, on average, 2 to 3 hand traps, probably. Like, we're talking Ash Blossom, Dominus Purge, Imperm, maybe Veiler, Bell, whatever. Like, whatever they choose to play, they could have it in hand, basically. And that's going to make things a little bit harder. And I think that's the main win con against decks like Mitsurugi as well. Like, against Mitsurugi, you're just going to try to... you're just going to try to stop them from playing, essentially, because if they do actually get to play, then it's going to be rough. Yeah. Does Linkuriboh help Yummy in any way? Linkuriboh is a very, very strong card in Yummy, I think. I think Linkuriboh is deceptively good in Yummy, yes. I do think it's strong. For a couple of reasons. Like, Linkuriboh is not going to make... Linkuriboh is not going to make the Yummy deck like completely insane or crazy or whatever. But like it does help. You can never make it. Why would you never be able to make it? Like can't you just go through it basically for free? I tested it yesterday and it hasn't come up because there's no great way to add it into your board. I think you just want to add it into your graveyard, basically, right? Like, what's the problem? Am I missing something? Why? Let's say, okay, one card Cupsy. One card Cupsy. Let's say we go Cupsy, we add Surprise. We make Snatchy. Where is Snatchy? We make Snatchy, we place Minion. Minion brings back Cupsy. We make Cupsy Yummy Way. We go Surge 2. I guess if it's really the one card combo, we would go add Marshmallow and Cookie. Let's say we're trying to play around Izuna by discarding the Marshmallow. We now activate Surprise, bring back Marshmallow. Marshmallow adds back the Surprise. You want more Snatchy? I mean, okay, so what I'm thinking is, like, we could special Cookie here, make Linkuriboh, and then turn these two into this, right? And then this brings back... This brings back 2. This just plays harder into Nib. Okay, so what do you want to do? You want to keep the Cookie in hand? We're here, right? So you want to go Surprise, bring back the Marshmallow, add back the Surprise, make Marcher. Marcher brings back Yummy Way, and then threaten the Herald. I mean, yeah, that is better into Nib. Right, so you make Herald here. Then you would special this. Is this even... Was this optimal one card combo? You can Linkuriboh here if you want it. Yeah. I mean, you can, but then you're not ending on a name on the board. But what did I... Hold up. Oh no, I forgot the Cookie. I always forget the Cookie, dude. Wait. Normal Cups. This happened on my feature match too. I just made the Herald and I forgot about the Cookie. Normal Summon Cupsy, add Surprise. Make Snatchy. Place Minion. Minion for this. Cupsy effect. Add Cookie and Marshmallow. Discard Marshmallow. Lollymo, yeah, the one that revives too. Oh yeah, Cookie is the one that books. Yeah, yeah. So we discard Marshmallow for Cupsy. We go Surprise, bring back Marshmallow, bring back Surprise. So how do you normally make the Lollipo? You make another Snatchy here, right? You make another Snatchy. Those two, Filippo, my goat. These two then make Filippo Yamiway. Filippo brings back this and this. No, you need 2 level 1s. Right? Yeah. Here. That makes Marcher. Marcher brings back Filippo. Is that negated? Yeah. You just make Marcher with the 2 you revive? So the problem is if you use this to revive these two before you make Marcher, you can make Marcher here, but then you don't have a non-tuner to make Herald with here. Right? I think this is why this has to revive 2 level 1s. You want to end on Herald, Link 1, and level 1? Can I not end on a Synchro already on the board, or is that a 2-card combo? Okay, I use Lollipo here. I bring back 2. I have to bring these 2 back. Then this has to make the Marcher. The Marcher brings back Filippo. I have to make Arclight here. You can with a discard. Oh, it's because I discarded the Marshmallow. Ah, it's because I discarded the Marshmallow, right? That's why. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's just ignore Izuna for a second then. Let's ignore Izuna for a second. Let's just pretend it doesn't exist. Let's just see. We're just optimizing for the amount of bodies. So Cupsy, Grab Surprise, Snatchy, Heal Spell, bring back Cupsy, Synchro, Cupsy Yummy Way. We search 2. We discard a non-engine card from the hand or whatever. We activate Surprise. Or no, we special summon the Marshmallow first. Never mind. Special Marshmallow. Make Marcher. Make Marcher? Are we not going through Filippo? You can Herald before. Okay. Make Marcher. Marcher specials Cupsy. But then I have to surprise the Marshmallow back, right? And then I get nibbed. If I get nibbed here, I have to make Link Spider special Cookie. Yeah, okay. So if they don't nib, I get Herald. I've used Surprise already, so I can still special Cookie. Then this has to make another Snatchy, which is the second Snatchy. And that now makes Lollipo. Lollipo brings back 2, but those are also negated. Forever. And then I make the third Snatchy. right? So, I guess you could make a Linkaribo here. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward because if you make Linkaribo, what it means is you cannot quick synchro with this Snatchy right now because you have to like resolve this to tag out first to get a level 1 back, or you would have to activate Surprise, which is fine most of the time, I would say. Is Linkaribo better than Almirage or Spider? I don't think it replaces those. I mean, you do get one slot from the Herald, right? I think Linkaribo also probably gets significantly easier to make if you draw multiple engine pieces. Like for example, I've seen people when they opened Cookie, let's say Cookie Cupsy, for example. What is the ideal sequence to play these two together, right? Like I've seen some people mention, like I've seen some people play it in a way where they make a Snatchy and they don't use the Snatchy. Because it could get Ghost Ogred, and Ghost Ogre can put you into a awkward position. Yo, Sayrix, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the TCG content. You usually do that with 2 non-Cupsy names. Okay, so let's say I have Cookie. Let's say I have Cookie and Filippo. Where's Filippo? There. I would go normal summon, link off into Snatchy, not use the effect, right? If I'm not using the effect anyways, this could just be a Linkaribo, right? Right? There's no reason why it couldn't be. If I'm not using the Snatchy effect, I could just be doing, like, I could just be special summoning Cookie now. You want a Snatchy for dodging? Dodging what? Like, I can do the thing now. The Cupsy. If I'm going first. I can still tag out. I have 2 Yummies now. I have 2 Yummies now anyways. Ash or Purge? Yeah, then they Ash or Purge this. I tag out anyways, and then I make the Snatchy after. Like, there's no difference. Like, I just have a Linkaribo in the graveyard, which I can bring back on the opponent's turn to stop them from attacking over something. I just don't see why Snatchy is relevant to have it early. Like, I'm gonna be able to, if they try to negate this, I'm gonna get back both level 1s, and I can still make a Snatchy and get my field spell now. And then I have a Linkaribo in the graveyard instead of one of the Snatchies, which I can still go through. I'm still gonna have Snatchies in the graveyard. But I also have a Linkaribo in the graveyard, which is, I mean, it's funny because Linkaribo is something that in this deck, I think you're just going to look to, I think you're going to play it and you're going to try. I mean, it's not, I guess it's not a staple. I guess fair enough. I guess there's probably a world where you don't play it if you want other stuff in your extra deck. But if you do play it, I think you're just going to try to find a spot where you can just waste it. Like you want to just waste it as soon as possible. Because if it's in your graveyard, it's actually a really good resource, right? Like, it's not just the fact that you can bring it back during the battle phase to stop your opponent from attacking over something. It's also the fact that you can dodge, as soon as Linkaribo is in your graveyard, you can dodge Impermanent Veiler for the rest of the game on your level 1s. Like, I don't know, on turn 2, you start normal summon Cupsy or something, and they try to negate it. You tribute it for Linkaribo, and you're good. Like, that happened to me sometimes during the regional. Sometimes, like, turn 2, I go normal summon Cupsy, and my opponent doesn't want me to have like Surprise in hand, so they imperm it, which is not possible if Linkaribo is there, right? So it helps, I would say. It's not crazy, but I think it helps. And I think it's a decent contender for the open extra deck slot from the Herald of Arclight anyways, right? Is Onari still needed? Good question. I need it, maybe not. But I think it's a good card. Still, because I mean, depending on what cards you play in the deck, sometimes there's a surprise in your grave and you can't get it back with Marshmallow for some reason. So like you still maybe want to reset it, but you're also probably going to play other quick play spells, right? Like I've had games where like I had Called by the Grave, or I had Forbidden Droplet. And if you play those cards, like let's say you go second, you have Droplet, you play into a board, you use the Droplet to break it, you run over their stuff, but you probably can't kill, and then you can make this to reset the Droplet, and you set on you end on a pretty decent, you know. Yeah. Sometimes you go second use Surprise Revive, add it back with Marsh, use it to bounce, and reset with oh. Ooh, you can use multiple surprise effects. Yeah, that's relevant. That's a very good point. I didn't have that on my radar because I usually didn't have multiples. But yeah, you can use it to revive and then add it back with Marshmallow, then use it to bounce to clear the board, and then make this to reset it. Yeah, no, I think it's probably still good enough to play it. Yeah. You can also use Onari to clear a Nib token. Yeah, this can be made with a Nib token and a Beast, which I've seen come up, especially after Obedience Schooled when you're Beast locked and you can't make Link Spider with the token. So it's probably worth playing. It's not mandatory. I think both of these are not mandatory. If there's something else you really want to play, then I think you can cut one of these, but they're pretty good. So I think Yummy is really, really strong. Like the more I'm looking into it, the more I think Yummy is a pretty good deck. I have a couple of concerns with Yummy that make me think it's not like, if it's the best deck, I don't think it's the best deck by far. And even if it's the best deck, I think it is a relatively beatable top tier deck. And here's the reason why. I think the deck inherently doesn't have the greatest matchup against other engines in the format. Like, for example, the Draco Tail engine, and also Pure Mitsurugi and Lunalight, and maybe even some other decks are like they're not easy matchups for Yummy. They really aren't. They're pretty tough, actually. However, Yummy has a lot of non-engine to make up for it. Like, you know, your engine alone, I think, is at a disadvantage against some of these decks I just mentioned. But if you add in the right non-engine, I think it could start to become pretty strong for Yummy. Like, for example, cards like Ash, Purge, and Bell are really good cards against both Draco Tail and Mitsurugi, and paired with a solid engine and solid board, I think it could work out, you know. Like I think it could work out. But it is a deck that, like, and that's always a little bit scary. Especially when you consider yourself a good player. It's always a little bit difficult to rely on non-engine because it's like, what if you don't draw the Ash and the Purge and your opponent just doesn't have those? Ash plus Purge? Yeah, you play Ash and Purge and Yummy all the time, basically, at the moment. You just Ash first. I think in the current format you're gonna play. I think moving forward you're gonna play both in Yummy. Yes, I think Ash is too high value not to play against decks like Mitsu, and Draco Tail, and I think Purge also. Yeah. So I think Songs is not gonna be that good. But yeah, playing a deck that gets carried by non-engine is scary, but it still doesn't mean it's bad. So I do think Yummy is pretty strong overall, even though essentially you're gonna have to rely on stopping your opponent from doing their thing. Because if Mitsurugi does its thing, Yummy probably loses. If Draco Tail does its thing, Yummy probably loses. If Lunalight does its thing, Yummy definitely loses. So yeah. I think a big dynamic of the current meta is that Draco Tail is probably the best deck game 1, but Yami is the best deck game 2 and 3. I mean, Draco Tail is a very strong game 1 deck, I think. Yeah, I think Yami is a deck that has less silver bullets against it. Like, a lot of the cards that people cite against Yami are more like, they're good cards, but they're not like auto wins. Like, for example, like Phantasme or Pankratops or Dark Ruler. Like, they're all good cards, but they're not like insta win. Whereas like Draco Tail has more like hate to it, you know. Why don't you double sleeve? It's just the stuff I use on stream. I don't double sleeve. For tournaments, I double sleeve. Yeah, so I think Yami is decently well positioned. I kind of like it, even though the odds, it feels like the odds are against it, but then once again, never underestimate the power of non-engine. Like, for example, I think one interesting comparison to make is like Kashtira Fiendsmith in Snake Eye format, where it's like, okay, yeah, of course, the Snake Eye engine was far superior over the Fiendsmith engine in terms of raw power level or whatever, but like non-engine can carry in certain formats, right? And it could be an issue. It could be a matter of that, I think. With Mitsu, Yami, and Draco Tail at the top, I fear the resurgence of Dimensional Barrier in every side deck. That is a fair concern. Yeah, I think Dimensional Barrier is looking like a pretty toxic card for going first in this format, because you can side deck it in every single deck against like most of the top tier decks. You can call Ritual against Mitsu, Synchro against Yami, Fusion against Draco Tail. You can call Fusion against Lunalight, and that's also really good. So yeah, I tend to agree. I think D Barrier is going to be pretty damn strong right now, and that's concerning for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Yami good deck. Yami good deck. And the Doom of I do think that Yami out of the current decks gets the best support in Doom of Dimension. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. I think Marshmallow Yami is pretty much exactly what it needed, outside of the fact that it activates Izuna. Other than that, it is quite literally, I think, the perfect card for Yami. For all of its flaws, all of its problems, you know, like I said earlier, you can build your deck better now because you don't have to play 2 surprise. You have an infinite surprise loop, basically, and you have more extenders and starters. So Marshmallow, really, really strong support for Yami. The only thing that's holding it back is that some other matchups are actually not that good for it, but it's still pretty good overall. And that leaves us with the odd one out, I would say. The one that is way more of a question mark for me, and that is K9. And K9 gets support in Doom of Dimensions, obviously, and it is good support. I want to preface that. I think the K9 support is really strong. Let's look at it together. We have K904 Noroi. If your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand, you can normal summon this card without tributing. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. If this card is normal summoned, you can special a non-machine K9 from your deck, but you cannot special from the extra deck except K9 while you control that face-up monster. You can send a face-up K9 card you control to the grave to look at your opponent's hand. This is giving K9 an actual good normal summon, because previously a lot of the K9 decks, I mean, K9 has Jocko, Lantern, Izuna, and Lupus, none of which, I mean, all of them you can normal summon. Except for Lupus, actually. Lupus does not have the normal summon clause, like with the 2 cards in hand. But like, you know, you never wanted to normal summon them. Noroi is pretty damn powerful, if you really think about it. And we can talk about that real quick. Just before anything else, I can show you. Let's pretend this is a Noroi. I'll show you what one Noroi can do as a normal summon. So you normal summon Noroi, and you special summon a Jokul. You can use the Jokul here, but you can also play around Droll and Lockbird, but it plays more into Imperm. So let's just say we use it to search Lantern. Then we obviously have to make a K9 here because we're locked into K9 while we control that Joko. So we're gonna go for Ripper. Ripper is going to search us an Azuna. We're gonna use Lantern to bring back the Joko. We're gonna now use Lantern to search Case for K9. We're gonna activate Case for K9 for another Joko. Oh, we have to detach the Noroi, my bad. We have to detach the Noroi. So it's here. Yeah. Then we're going to use Joko to special summon the Izuna from hand because we haven't done that yet. We're going to use Izuna to send the Lupus. And what we have here is a 1-card combo that makes Ripper plus 4 monsters with different names. We can take a look at our opponent's hand here if we want to, with the Noroi effect by sending the case. That's basically free, so we can check out what we're dealing with. And you can make Saryuja Scaldred here. To draw 4 cards, put 3 back, and then special summon a monster from your hand. And this, essentially, is the reason why this engine, the K9 engine, can still be considered basically a starter for every K9 variant. Like, when you're playing, let's say K9 Vanquish Soul, right? K9 Vanquish Soul lost a lot of resources, a lot of starters from the ban list. But now, if you open with Noroi, you can dig 4 cards deeper into your deck with Saryuja, and then special summon, because of course you use up your normal summon with Noroi, but I think that's why this combo is so powerful. You use up your normal summon, but you get a Saryuja which can special summon 1 from your hand. So like it doesn't really matter that much that you lose your normal summon, and all of this is basically protected from hand traps because you already have a Ripper super early, right? So you get Saryuja plus Ripper off of 1 card, which I think is really, really busted. The reason why I'm referring so much to K9 hybrid variations like K9 Vanquish Soul is I think K9 still suffers from the problem that a pure K9 deck I don't think is feasible. Because you have, in terms of 1-card starters, you really only have 3 Case and 3 Noroi. And honestly, the where's the 3rd Noroi? Didn't I have another face down card somewhere here? You can play 3 Case and 3 Noroi, which technically get you to your 1-card combo normal summon. And then you can play 3 Joko and 3 Chaotic Elements, I guess, to search for any 2-card combos. And that's basically it. At this point, if you're playing a pure K9 deck, you would have to look into other forms of consistency like Pot of Prosperity, Pot of Extravagance, 7th Tachyon, 7th Ascension, but then you're locked into Exceed, so you can't do the Saryuja. Small World, everything it's not quite optimal in terms of consistency for pure K9 decks. But the Noroi can basically be a starter for any K9 hybrid as well. So I think with this card existing now, you're probably going to want to find another version, like another hybrid. I don't know if it's K9 Vanquish Soul. I don't know if it's K9 Christian. But those decks definitely, benefit from that. I think one problem with this card is that it's a very, very obvious choke point for decks that rely on it for consistency. Like, for example, if you are playing K9 Vanquish Soul and you do commit to a normal summon of Noroi and you activate its effect, and that's how you're trying to get to Raisin or Madlove, if this thing gets impermed, which is the worst case scenario because against imperm you can't even extend with Izuna, you're gonna have a problem. You're gonna have a problem with this as your starter when it gets interacted with. It also is going to be it's not nearly as good of a starter into something like Fuva, right? Like against Fuva, if you start with this, you're already summoning 1 from the deck, even if your K9 stuff is live after because they Fuva'd. you're gonna give them a lot of cards. As opposed to, like, let's say you go Jokul with something and then they Fuva on res, they haven't drawn any cards yet, and you can basically go Ripper, set the quick play spell in one draw, which is not the same if you start with Noroi. The hand knowledge effect is also nice, but at the same time, like, it is relevant. No, I don't want to pretend like the hand rip effect is not super powerful. It is super powerful. Being able to know your opponent's entire hand and play around it perfectly is really good. But yeah, I basically, the way I feel about K9 summarized is, I don't think pure K9 is it. I do not think pure K9 is it, but the question is, can you find a K9 hybrid that, like, abuses this card but still is, like, good enough into cards like Imperm and Fuva? Because those are things that I'm really worried about with this deck. But there are versions out there, you know, people are messing around with. I've seen K9 Christian still, which I think is totally still viable. I've seen K9 I've seen people cope on K9 Vanquisher still. I've seen people play K9 Memento, so on and so forth. I think it's possible. The question is, are those decks actually better than the other decks in the format? But what I will say is that K9 decks inherently, like, by playing Izuna, I think Izuna is a very high quality card against both Draco Tail and Mitsurugi. So if those decks are popular, which it looks like they will be, I think playing a K9 deck with those cards inherently is gonna be pretty good. I think K9 without Paradise Smasher is gonna be very bad into Fuva though. Yeah. What do you make versus Mitsu? It's not about, like, it's not that much about disrupting them like crazy, I think. It's more about the fact that, like, if you draw Izuna, you can disrupt them slightly. Like, at the end of their combo, you can just make Nesh Knight and take the IP Masquerena, for example. And then you're going to have a Lupus in the graveyard, which they cannot play around on your turn, right? Like, basically, it's just a lot of advantage for you, right? You make their life harder, while also creating a Lupus in your grave that you are going to have next turn because they are going to play into it, right? You can't do that. Futsu will revive a bunch of bodies and they make another IP. Yeah, but you have a Nash Knight on the board that can suck again. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Then you take the Futsu first, I guess, if you're worried about another IP. Also, they have to play 2 IPs first and not banish one with Extravagance. Or you can take the Murakumo and make it harder for them to actually wipe if they don't have 2 in rotation. I think it's hard to argue that Izuna is a good card against Mitsurugi. I think Izuna is a good card against every deck that always plays into it. Like, if there's ever a deck that just cannot play around Izuna, Izuna is a good card in the matchup. And it becomes even better if that deck is like a grindy deck. If that deck, like, I mean, sure, against K9 Vanquisher, sometimes Izuna was live, but they would still auto-win against you, so it didn't matter. But against decks like Mitsu or Draco Tail, which are not as auto-win, Izuna is a really good card in the grind game because it just gives you some advantage when you use it, but you also set up a Lupus for future turns, which is another free body that you're gonna have. So I think it's hard to argue that it's not a high quality card. It doesn't auto win you the matchup, but not every card you play against Mitsu or Draco Tail has to auto win you the matchup. So yeah, I think K9 has a lot of potential. My problem is, like, is it really better than the other decks in the format? To which I don't like. I feel like when you're playing a deck like K9 Christian and you're relying on the new K9 normal summon to do your combos, and you no longer have a Paradise Smasher to insulate from something like Fuva or Purulia, I find it hard to. I mean, Purulia is not that bad against, not that good against against Christian, but you know what I mean, right? It's like you're playing a deck that is slightly on the inconsistent side. You're playing a deck that is definitely weaker into Fuva than most other decks in the format. and all that just for like higher ceiling. Which I mean, higher this deck or K9 decks will have the highest ceiling in the format, I think, outside of just like some rogue crazy like Lunalight or whatever. But like K9 is gonna have very high ceiling. But is that needed? Is that the best approach for the format? I'm not sure. Especially because decks like Draco Tail, and Yummy and Mitsu are really good at even playing into like higher ceiling boards. So unless you lock them out of the game completely with like a Paradise Smasher, which you can't anymore, or like the Artifact, I guess, is something you could do. You might not be able to outlast them with K9 Crystron, because K9 Crystron does not have the greatest follow-up in the world. But we'll see. I guess the other K9 is also worth mentioning is K9 66X Jax. Is 2 level 5 monsters. If this card is XC summoned, or if your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand or grave, you can detach a material from this card, target a monster on the field, destroy it. You can only use this effect once per turn. A K9 Xyz monster that has this card as material gains this effect during any turn in which your opponent has activated a monster effect in the hand or grave. Any battle damage this card inflicts to your opponent is doubled. This is a good card for sure, because it gives you something to rank up into that immediately pops a card. Which, of course, we already had good things to rank up into. You know, Valon was good. Nash Knight was good. But this one being a K9, I think is pretty neat because, like, one thing about K9 forced release sometimes was, like, sometimes your opponent would destroy or get rid of your Ripper before you could actually rank it up. And then the K9 forced release was just there and you wouldn't really have anything. But like, yeah. Now you have another K9 Exceed that you can put in your extra deck, which gives you another target for release. Also, you don't have to rank up into Werewolf anymore, I suppose, if you don't want to. Like, you can also just, because K9 Force Release only says target a K9 Exceeds you control, special from your extra deck, a K9 Exceeds with a different name by using that monster you control. So you can rank up Ripper into Jax and get another pop instead of a look at their hand, which can be good because it's actually interesting because that way you can make the forced release have more impact on the board instead of on the hand, which in some game states is definitely the correct thing to do. So it's a good card. It doesn't completely change like the concept of the deck though. Like, it doesn't fundamentally change how the deck plays. It's just another extra deck option that you're gonna see in a lot of K9 decks. Yeah. Did you look into the World Legacy level 5? Orcus can search it. I have spent some time looking into other level 5s that you could summon with Jokul. Like, basically, I've tried to explore some K9 synergies over the course of the last couple of days. I will say, for me personally, this might be a me thing, but I personally at the moment, I don't know what I'm gonna play for YCS Lille yet, but I'm expecting myself to just prefer the play style of something like Draco Tail, Mitsurugi or Yummy, because I'm more of a mid-range kind of guy. So I didn't see anything and I was like, yeah, I really want to do that. You know, like I saw some options, you know, Memento K9, Chimera K9, all that stuff. Like there's decks out there with like crazy high ceiling and stuff like that. I just don't know if that's my thing, you know? Like I look at that and I'm like, do I really want a deck with crazier combos and so on, when I could also just play like a deck that I really like Draco Tail or Mitsu or whatever? I don't know. What I'm trying to say is I didn't think that those versions had that much potential over these other decks. But that's also just because I think I inherently prefer those strategies, right? I'm a little biased, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I'm a little biased against these high ceiling combo decks because I just typically don't like yeah, I like that. Isn't the appeal of Memento its resilience? Memento K9 is probably the thing that I could see myself playing the most out of the K9 decks, because I think that deck can probably play around stuff like Fuva decently well. Like let's say you start with Jokol, reveal the horse, special both, then you get Fuvad, probably fine for you. I don't know how well Memento is going to function going second. I don't know how much non-engine space Memento has. I haven't tried that yet. Yeah. I think K9 Vanquish Soul is being underrated. I don't know. I think Noroi is definitely going to make the deck real again, but I don't think it's being underrated. Because like I don't think the deck is bad. I think the deck is fine, but there's no reason to play it over other decks. Like that's my problem with it. And I think that's true. I think it's not that likely to be that good. All right, I have food, so we need something to watch real quick before we will do a deeper dive into some other stuff from Doom of Dimension. I also still have my Locals Sky Striker deck I wanted to show you guys. But let me get Farfa made a video that's called Master Duel Sucks, which, I mean, I guess judging from the fact that we've been doing TCG content for 2 weeks or whatever straight, you can imagine how I feel about this. I wonder exactly, because the thing is, the reason why I feel frustrated about Master Duel right now is because, like, I think it's not that great from a competitive perspective, which I feel like is usually not how Farfa uses it. But so I wonder if that's what it's about. But I'm seeing a Lancia on the screen already. So, you know, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lean back. I'm gonna have my food, and I'm gonna enjoy someone else ranting about Malice for once, because I've been ranting about Malice so much. I'm tired of it. I thought about doing the Duelist Cup just for the gems, because I know you get a lot of gems for the Duelist Cup. I thought about just messing around with like Necros or something, like one of these days, just to get my gems, and just to have some fun with Necros, maybe, if it's possible. But like, I obviously in terms of high competitive Master Duel with like Malice in the mix, I do agree. Yeah.
For the last 3 or 4 months now, Master Duel has been consistently breaking records, and it isn't the type of record that you might be familiar with or possibly want to even celebrate in the first place. No, Master Duel has been smashing the lowest concurrent player base it's had since its release 3 years ago. That is impressive, to be dwindling at about 12,000 concurrent players now when we were averaging about 20,000 plus just last year. Can you believe and imagine that Snake Eye had more people playing the game than where the game is at today? This card right here is enough to make me just never want to play ranked again. Not even gonna bother whining about Maxi. We've done that 1,000 times. Just given up on the fact and gaslit myself into believing that'll never go away. Animal rights activists, I'm sorry. I hope the bear gets rabies. The fact that this and Baron and Maxi can all exist in a best of one environment.
He's so mad. Awesome.
With floodgates is so freaking miserable for the competitive aspect of this game. I don't even know where to begin. This is mostly like ranked complaining right now, and this is probably why the vast majority of my content for a long time now has primarily focused on making Yu-Gi-Oh good. And Yu-Gi-Oh is a great game when you don't have to deal with the current meta. That's not to say there's bad metas. My god, head on over to the TCG and it is night and day just how different our games are. Why do they get to—
I will say that was my solution. Genuinely, it's just like at some point I just asked myself, you know, why do I keep doing this when they keep making these decisions that I don't agree with in Master Duel? And I keep looking at TCG ban lists and I keep saying like how good the approaches are. I mean, they're not perfect by any means, but then eventually I was just like, yeah, I should just play more TCG. That's it. That is it. You know, like if you if you don't enjoy the game, I suppose, then play a different game. I guess that's just how it worked out for me. But I get that it's frustrating, specifically for Farfa, because I think he's more dependent on Master Duel as a form of content, because he just doesn't get to play the TCG as much, because he's in a different position, you know. And it's not as easy for someone whose job is to be a full-time content creator. It's not as easy to just stop playing Master Duel, right? Like I'm doing it, but like I'm also like it takes time, it takes effort. It comes with, at the moment, lower viewer numbers, even though I appreciate all of you for still being here. And I hope you're enjoying the content, but I do have lower numbers than what I used to have, and that's a tough thing to realize as well as a content creator. Like you're somewhat dependent on the game as well. Like if the game gets worse, it's not as easy to stop as it is for like the normal, like average player.
To have fun. Master Duel is killing the TCG? Well, here's a counterpoint. If that's so true, why is TCG so much better? And why is Master Duel so garbage? I don't know if you can tell right now, but this video is completely unscripted and I have 3 bullet points right now. Ranked, make the game better. Don't know what I really meant by that. It's true though. And I guess we've got like slow card releases and game modes. Now here's the thing. Everything that I've been feeling for the last like 4 months or so can easily be cancelled by a completely different card pool. For example, the TCG. That's not to say TCG doesn't currently have its problems, but Master Duel is in such a miserable, unplayable state. Normally my discussion style videos tend to be scripted and very sort of nuanced and impartial and positives and negatives. I don't care about that anymore. I'm so sick and tired of ranked Master Duel. It is just miserable. I don't think I've tried to grind a ranked game all year, really, at this point. There is no possible way to play an alternative format if you want to take a break and chill out with some Time Wizard, time travel, or something. I don't know. Thanks, America. And of course, the fact that there is an amazing format just waiting to be played, but probably 8 months from now, well, that doesn't give me much confidence either. That's really the biggest problem here, is like, we're gonna be...
Is Josh going to ever answer the allegations that Heart of the Cast stopped because you banished 3 Seer of a Runic Freezing Curses on his tour guide normal summon, which ended in a fist fight outside a YCS venue? Yeah, that's true.
Stuck in this current state before we get the Jush cards till early next year minimum. Why is Apollosa still in the game in a best of 1 environment? I hope that bear causes her to fall off and break her neck. I don't care anymore. I hope it gets rabies. I'm so sick and tired of these cards that are just game-ending, coin-flippery bullshit in a best of 1 environment. The game right now is in a state where you have to basically just play Malice or main Lancia, I mean, in a best of 1 environment just to beat this deck. It is such a miserable experience. It is a no-joke 37-minute cutscene combo garbage piece of pile of trash. And then eventually when you
It's very funny for me to see the rest of the community descend into this madness right now. When like all of you have always looked at me and like, oh, poor Josh, he just hates cybers. Malice is not that bad, but he's just hating it out of principle. When that was never the case. It was never the case. Malice could have been friggin' insect monsters, and I would have still hated it the same way because of how the deck plays. And also, I would argue that at the moment for Master Duel's format, I think it's completely irrelevant which deck it is. The power level that deck is at is just disgusting, period. Like, yeah.
You do actually get to your turn, they'll just drop multiple hand traps as well as the 5 disruptors they had on the field in the first place. It plays through multiple hand traps, it's very hard to stop, and it has access to some of the most broken cards ever made, like Apollosa, and they just got support! That's what I can't get out of my head. This deck has been buffed! I seriously hope by the time that this video gets posted that the post-Worlds ban list eventually drops and they completely slaughter this deck into oblivion. And it's just unplayable. I hate this game. Whew. So I've been trying to make the game fun and enjoyable by other means, like playing the sandbox versions of cubes and drafting and all of these low-powered formats that you guys are accustomed to, wonky Cortec collabs and things like that. Playing a bunch of gimmicky, dumb, fun stuff is always like the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And the thing that I enjoy the most. Watching people play in actually a back-and-forth fair and balanced format, using something like the Legacy Pack tournament that we did just recently. But I'm just really so sick and tired of ranked right now, but again, it's part and parcel, maybe something to do with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a whole other different discussion, but like this exact deck-specific meta on Macedo is just, like, unplayable. Because again, if you just, like, completely shift the card pool away, I think the game would be good if you just bring in the TCG cards, for example. And I'm not in a minority for this. There is a real reason why this game is at its lowest ever player numbers. If that isn't like setting off warning bells for Konami, then I don't really know what could possibly help alleviate that. Maybe the numbers are good in terms of monetary gain, because here's the thing, they're making a bunch of all these like crazy bundles, you get these like artwork, you know, just basically generated in some sort of CAD software that a high school student could have done, and then they sell it for like 2,500 gems to get a bunch of random packs from some unplayable archetype like Witchcrafter, and then people, I guess, maybe spend their money to buy that. And then you've got this like whole Ghost Rare special vintage sort of artwork of Breaker, people are buying that. So I assume on the cosmetic side of things and the monetary gain of Macedo, it's probably in a good, healthy spot right now, which is dissatisfying for the average player who does want to play Macedo.
This is a Josh proxy video. I do think that this is just like how a lot of people feel about Macedo right now. It genuinely, at the moment, it doesn't even affect me that much, because I genuinely, for now, I'm just not playing. It's not just on stream. Like I haven't really been playing.
Even semi-competitively.
I'm just having a good time in the TCG right now, so I'm choosing to just do the thing that I enjoy more at the moment.
Because if you play the game competitively and you do your dailies and you do your events, you probably don't need to spend that much money, if anything at all, to maintain a meta deck. Because now the incentive is that, oh, well, if we...
It's kind of felt this way since Snake Eyes. That is something that I realized too, is that like, I don't know why it clicked now. I think it's basically been the fact that like, if I had to put it into words for myself, it's like, yes, I felt this way in certain times during Snake Eyes, Tenpai, Yubel. The thing is, during those times, I felt the same way in the TCG as well. So it was like, it didn't feel like between Master Duel and TCG, there was a huge difference. You know, it wasn't like, okay, one is good and one is bad. It felt like, no, okay, I was kind of struggling with both a little bit. But I still see myself as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, and so I'm also obviously a content creator for my job. So like, of course, I'm going to keep playing both, because like, that's just what it is. Now it's like, with Master Duel specifically, I just realized, okay, like the TCG has been doing things to make it better. Like the TCG has done things, like even though not everything is perfect in the TCG, they are taking measures to make things better. Like for example, they hit Malice and Ryzeal relatively early, if you remember. Like those decks were just out, and then like the very next ban list, we already got like the Sword, Ice, X2, Dormouse, White Rabbit, Field Spell 2, Link Decoder banned, you know, Appaloosa was already banned before the deck came out. So like, it doesn't feel like the TCG is just forcing these new archetypes down your throat by making them as busted as possible. You know, like, look at Yummy and Vanquish Soul right now. You know, those decks have already been hit before they even got their second wave of support. You know, we're getting a new set next week that has Yummy cards in it, and they still decided to hit Yummy beforehand, which is good. Now, of course, you're still going to be playing Yummy, and people are still going to buy Doom of Dimensions to get the Yummy card out of it. But like, the deck is not at the complete busted power level, and I think that in the long run just makes a difference for me. You know, like I can tell that like 2024 was not well received, I think, overall in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, there's a sentiment. Not everyone feels this way, but there's a I think large percentage of the community that felt like that power level from 2025 and those play patterns were not okay. And it just feels like the TCG team has gotten the memo on that, and Master Duel just hasn't. You know, and Master Duel just keeps releasing decks at like full power, doesn't actually deal with problem cards. Instead, they put like random shit to 1, and like the answer to full power Malice format is like, yeah, we're putting Block Dragon to 3 and releasing Adignister cards. You know what I mean? It just feels off. It just feels like the direction is not there.
we just keep making more cosmetics and putting more things in the shop, then the game will sustain itself, and we don't actually have to make any meaningful change to Macedon to make it more fun and enjoyable. Do you remember when the release of this game was like Virtual World VFD Turbo, Eldritch with Imperial Order and multiple rivalry goes in, or Drytron? That was the meta at the launch of Macedon, but nobody cared. Hundreds of thousands of people logged in to play that format. As miserable as it was. But that's because it was fresh, new, and interesting, and it was Macedon in its current shape and form, which was amazing and fun. 3 years ago. It's been 3 years. What has changed in Macedon in 3 years? There's no new game modes. There is no new solo modes, meaningful gameplay changes to solo mode. There's new reskins of solo mode in the sense that you go through the exact same loop that you did 3 years ago. You read a dialogue, you do a practice tutorial game, and then you do a game against the bot. And that's it. They keep talking about this whole AI amazing stuff that they're doing with like the learning from duels. They tried that commentary thing, and then eventually, by the way, they scrapped it completely because apparently it ended up stealing from other AI models or something. I can't remember the
Who could have seen that coming?
Exact thing. Basically, they discontinued the AI commentary thing. It's like, oh no, AI has not been working out. It steals from others. Who could have seen that coming? They said and parroted it for over a year now that they were going to implement a way to duel against the AI and stuff. Well, there's nothing even close to that right now for solo mode. There's no new game modes like Edison or the GOAT format, which they have done as duel trials multiple times here, but it's not like anything you can actually do outside of those 3-day windows that happened, what, twice last year? So there's no like ranked mode for that, which would be infinitely more interesting. There's no arena, there's no drafting, there's no tournament mode with duel rooms. They haven't done any changes to duel rooms in 3 years. Like, what is there to do after 3 years in this game other than just play ranked? Like, please, tell me. Like, I mean, I can tell you, I'm the content creator here. We've been doing a whole bunch of other things, but what does the average person get to do?
You do need to, as a content creator, still, you need to put in a lot of effort to make anything else work. It is true. Like, we don't have any alternative game modes. The quality of life is improving at a very slow pace. I think the only really good change I can think of that they've done since launch is the introduction of the Master 1 rated duels. I thought that was really cool. To have a ladder once you hit the highest rank, I think is awesome, to try and get like first in the world and stuff like that. I think that's a really cool feature. And that is something that if I enjoyed the format more, I would probably take part in that very, very regularly. It's just that it hasn't been the case in a while for me.
Do you guys have like 3 or 4 friends that you can consistently draft and cube with? Maybe, I don't know, but for the average player base, I feel like this game is in trouble. Not everyone has access to a elaborate sort of website software that can like draft a bunch of cards for you and all that kind of stuff. But that's besides the point. Anyway, I just want something here. Like, nothing is going on. I don't understand how so little has been changed such a long amount of time, and I am reaching my breaking point because I want to play ranked. I have a competitive itch. I'm a competitive player at heart. I love grinding. I love playing the top tier best decks and having back and forth fun games. You just don't get that currently. Like, Malice is not a deck that offers that type of gameplay. YCS is not a deck that really offers that type of gameplay, at least like when it's so dominated by Malice anyway. It really is just go fish, it feels like. I might just be an old man.
YCS used to offer that before they made Star YCS. And then they released it with Star YCS in Macedon. And now that they've also added Heraldic to it, yes, YCS does not offer that anymore.
Right now complaining about meta bad, but this is truly one of the worst metas I've played in. I just want to play TCG format, but online basically. And these decks just can't come any faster. Even if you want to play for fun rogue decks and stuff, it's just that the problem is like Malice is so overpowering and basically beats like 99% of the card pool, even some floodgates. It's just a miserable experience. I'm not having fun with the ranked format right now. And again, all of this could essentially boil down to card pool bad. We just need new cards. We just need the new format to come in place. But I feel like there's just like a fundamental root.
The problem with that is that I feel like Macedon, like if you look at how, for example, Snake Eye has been handled, or how Malice has been handled, how YCS has been handled, how Tenpai has been handled, how all of these decks have been handled in Macedon, you can tell that there is just a different philosophy behind how the game is run. And I feel like this is going to impact every single Macedon format from now on or forever, unless that changes, right? Like even even Draco Tail, Yummy, whatever format, even Justice Hunters format is probably gonna be, it's probably gonna feel different in Master Duel for a couple of reasons. I mean, you're gonna have multiple called buys, multiple maxis, which are just gonna make for more non-games to begin with. But then like, you're gonna have as well, like, who knows what the release schedule is gonna look like? Like, we're probably gonna have, like, the best guess from what we have right now is they're probably gonna release Draco Tail. It's gonna be the best deck. Then they're gonna release like Yummy like 2 months later. That's gonna be the best deck alone, uncontested. And then like then they're gonna add like K9 Vanquish Soul or whatever. Like the releases are just different in it's just like it feels like most of the time the packs either have no impact or very little impact rather, or they clearly want one deck to be the best deck now. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sure, they released Malice and Ryziel relatively close to each other, but it's very obvious which one they want to be the best deck. And so if it's the same thing with the Justice Hunters archetypes, we're not actually going to get like a three-way format where all three can kind of like compete with each other and it's kind of going to kind of be cool. No, you're going to have like one or two decks that are clearly going to be above the rest, and then you add multiple Max C and called buys into the mix, and like it's just going to be worse.
Issue here with cards like Apollousa being allowed to exist.
And so for me personally, it's not so much that I hate Master Duel. It's just that like at any moment I have to ask myself, would I rather play TCG or Master Duel right now? And at the moment, and I think for the foreseeable future, the answer is going to be I would rather spend my time with TCG. And so that's what I'm going to do.
Maxi being in the game, with even just the concept of best of one. But these are all problems and issues that we've talked about historically many times. I guess I'm just really feeling the burn right now because I'm just really struggling to enjoy ranked in any shape or form. I wish that like we could...
It's funny how the thing I feel like that triggered this, because I feel like a lot of people are feeling like this right now, and it was kind of the same with me. I think the thing that triggered it was the Adignister release, right? Like they've kind of always been doing this. Like forcing certain decks to be meta for way too long, and then dropping them and so on and so forth. But like, I feel like this time it being so blatantly obvious is the one that really put a lot of people over the edge, where it's like, okay, Malice is already by far the best deck. Once again, I'm referring to 80% win rate going first at the World Championships, which of course people have been arguing the World Championship is a different format because not everyone was playing Lancia and stuff like that. But honestly, terrible argument. 80% going first should never be acceptable at any level. And the fact that your opponent could play more Lancia to bring it down is not a great argument at all. Because if you need Lancia for my, if I need Lancia in my deck for my opponent not to have 80% win rate, that's already a huge red flag to begin with. But like Malice being this powerful and then now getting even more support is just something that like even the people that like Malice have been normally whenever I make a video where there's even some slight criticism about Malice, I've always got people in the comments telling me you know, I shouldn't complain about it too much and it's not that bad and so on and so forth. This time around, even the people that play Malice are in my comments and saying like, yeah, I play Malice, but this shit's ridiculous. Like that's what the majority of the people said. Even the ones that played Malice, I have no business defending, you know, the balancing.
Play like Orcus, the new stuff, the Punk things, new Dragon Maids, Draco Tail, Yummy, Vanquish Soul, K9. These are all like actually good, fun, interactive back and forth decks. Sometimes they have their issues and problems, don't get me wrong, but it's just everything compounds together. You have a combo deck like Malice, which is just like inherently is going to not be fun for player 2. And then on top of that, they have access to some of the best cards that they never had in the TCG. And they just got support. Like, what do you mean you gave this deck support? I'm trying to think of like the best ways to like fix this, and other than just like, you know, burn it down to the ground and start again, which is essentially what Justice Hunters did, that's kind of like where I'm at right now. I'm just gonna keep playing these dumb little fun game modes and watching silly replays, and hopefully that'll tide me through until the game gets fun and enjoyable again. I mean, you do probably recall like last year I'd make a couple of gameplay videos here and there. Like I made an Unchained video where I like did a serious deck profile and offered some gameplay, and it was like the master rank, and I was like actually playing against like competent consistent players, and like that's super fun and enjoyable because that deck was interactive. Like you actually got to play against the person. They didn't just like negate, bounce, or disrupt everything you did. And it's just, I'm just not having fun with how the current format is. And I might just be fixating too much on like the actual card pool here, but you can't deny that even the biggest fan of Malice has to admit that Malice is a deck that exacerbates every single negative aspect of the game. The long turns, the disruptions, the play on your turn type of thing. Maybe not the play on your turn too much, but just the amount of...
That part, I think, is subjective. I think like... Whether you like Malice or not, I think is honestly at this point, I think it's besides the point. It's more so about the power level of the deck, which is something that no one can deny. The fact that it is a combo deck just makes it even worse for me personally and for some other people out there. But like some people might enjoy a combo deck format, and that's completely fine. But like, not if the combo deck is at this power level, and not if the answers to the combo deck are basically exclusively Maxi and Lancea, which are just mini games that have nothing to do with any sort of skill.
Hand traps and stuff this deck can still play despite getting new support. Sorry, this has been very ranty. I don't really have much to really offer in way of solutions, and I just felt like I needed to get this off my chest because I really hate ranked right now. I don't know, maybe if you ban like 4 of the top decks right now, the game will be enjoyable. I'm really disappointed that nothing has been done to create alternative ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Outside of just current ranked advanced format, and I hope eventually something gets done about this. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I mean, I guess just have to deal with it because, like I said, like when is the Justice Hunter format going to come to Mass Duel? It's literally like next year. Like, what are we going to do for 4 months? Spin wheels? All right, let me know what your current thoughts and experiences are on Mass Duel.
They could release Justice Hunter stuff early, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I'm done with guessing. I like you guys know my stance on this, of course. I'm just enjoying the TCG right now. I'm having a good time. I think Master Duel is completely fine if you don't take it seriously in terms of like competition and stuff like that. Like I cannot imagine grinding the Duelist Cup next weekend. I could not imagine doing that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what I would do if there was no YCS next weekend. Like let's say I would play Master Duel every once in a while on stream and there was a Duelist Cup. I would probably stream on the weekend just to like get some content out of it. But I would not grind it. I would not grind it. So I don't know. Gem Knight might make it bearable. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't hate the Gem Knight deck conceptually, but I think decks like Tenpai and Gem Knight are inherently less interesting for me in best of one. I think it's not that fun to play these blind second OTK decks or to have them in the format in a best of one environment. I think it's interesting in best of three. The concept, at least, like Tenpai was still annoying in best of three, but it was more manageable than it was in best of one. And I think in best of one, those they don't feel like a solution. They feel more like another issue, if that makes sense. Right. Isn't it weird they have a YCS on the same weekend? They have a cup. Why exclude people that play in the YCS from the Master Duel Cup? I think it's just a matter of the Duelist Cup being a global event. It's very hard to like I have no idea how long in advance or how far in advance they know when the Duelist Cup is going to happen and when the YCS is going to happen. And I think it's just a matter of it's just not gonna usually align because like what weekend are you gonna do the September Duelist Cup? I guess it could have been this weekend if they had the foresight of YCS Lille and Anaheim happening, right? But like the week after you couldn't do it because then it's YCS Anaheim and so on. I think it's just a different department and they don't always take into account every single event that's happening everywhere on the planet. But yes, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. It I guess in an ideal world it should work differently, but it's not what we have. But yeah. All right. Back to TCG we go. Back to TCG we go is the solution. All right. Now, We've talked about Yummy, K9, and Draco Tail. With the Doom of Dimensions support. How do you guys feel about those 3 decks? Like, if you had to guess, do you think one of those decks is the best deck in the format? Is it Draco Tail or Yummy? Or is like a K9 Brood the best deck? Or do you think it's like something completely different? Are you playing regionals this weekend? I have no regionals lined up this weekend, which means we're streaming Saturday and Sunday. We're streaming all days over the weekend this time around. However, on Sunday we're doing Master Duel. On Sunday is the Challenger Cup season finals. Which I said one thing when I announced that I was going to do more TCG. I always said I want to do Challenger Cups because Challenger Cups are nice, and I really like the concept. Even if I don't love the format in Master Duel right now, I really like the free tournaments that people can play in and so on. So I always want to be part of that. Oh yeah. Draco Tail can break boards with engine only. Can Yummy do the same? Not as effectively. It depends on the board, but the Draco Tail definitely plays better into boards with its engine, but the counterpoint is Yummy has more non-engine and can prevent boards better, right? Just say you're contractually obliged. I am not. I could have said that if it was true, but I don't have to do Challenger Cups. It is completely up to me if I want to do Challenger Cups or not. But I want to do Challenger Cups because I like them, which is what I said and what I meant. I vote Yummy. I basically, what I have to do for Yummy is I have to spend some time actually testing the Mitsurugi matchup and the Draco Tail matchup to see if it's actually like super winnable or if it's as bad as I think it might be against a good player. But yeah. Can you talk about Sulfur Court K9? I'm not going to be able to offer you much about Sulfur Court K9 because I haven't looked into it. But if you tell me the idea behind Sulfur Court K9, I can tell you whether I think it looks good or not. Like, what's the synergy? What's the plan? What's the end board? Which cards do I need to look at? We can look into it together, and then I can tell you whether I think it's a good idea or not. How about that? Because I haven't played that deck. I haven't looked into that deck. I know we've looked into it. The level 5 Sulfur Cord is the best searcher. Okay, let me look. Sulfur Cord, level 5. Which one's a level 5? This is level 6. Gracia. While you have an even pendulum scale in your pendulum zone, if this card is normal or special, you can add a Sulfur Cord spell trap from your deck to your hand. Okay. So your plan is to summon this with Jokul, right? Question number 1. What happens if I don't open Jokul plus Gracia access? How do I consistently combo without that combination? Because I understand that combination is going to be broken. I can see that. I can see that Jokul reveal Gracia is really powerful. But what other ways, what other combos do I have? What other, you know? The new cards are also starters. So this adds a Sulfur Cord card from your deck to your hand, which is nice. Special summon a Sulfur from your hand, or if you tribute it, you can summon from extra deck or grave. Okay. Sure. And what are we trying to end on? What's an end board piece that's like unique to this deck that isn't like Ripper or K9 quick play? The new spell card. Activate one of these effects. Discard a card. If you do add 2 sulfur chords, then you can special summon sulfur chords from your hand up to the number of monsters you control plus 1. During your main phase this turn, you can conduct a pendulum summon. In addition, special 2 sulfur chords from your... Okay. The Link 3 is an Omni. Okay. So we're making Kulia, Ripper. It gets a scale that's Ryzeal Cross. When your opponent's monster effect activated on the field resolves, if you control a Grand Sulfur Court monster, you can negate that effect, then destroy this card. You can only use this effect of Solfegia once per turn. Okay. So, am I right under the assumption that this is a pretty combo-centric, going first-centric deck that, like, is not that great into Fuva outside of, like, K9 half boards? Relatively all-in, probably a little bricky. Not that great at going second? Is that about right? That's the beautiful thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot of decks, even though you don't even know all of the cards yet, you still kind of understand, you know? Everything is a brick unless you draw Jokul. Okay. The spell is insane going second. The spell is insane if your opponent has monsters. However, a couple of things that are worth noting. A lot of decks, I mean, everyone's gonna play Ash. Yummy even plays Purge. Yummy has Herald of the Arclight. Yummy also probably just books a bunch of the things that you summon with this, and then you're gonna be annoyed by those cards being on your field. But it's just... This is not my type of deck. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to play K9 Sulfur Court at YCS Lille. I don't think you're crazy if you want to. I don't think you're crazy if you want to try this, if you're a combo player. I personally don't believe this is the best approach to the format. But I also very rarely believe that a combo deck is the right approach to the format. But I just feel like it sounds like a watered down version of K9 Crystron. Because it feels like K9 Crystron just seems better. And I don't see why this would be better than K9 Crystron. It's a combo deck that plays Orange Light. And why does it play Orange Light? Just because you play fairies? Because that was already not that big of an advantage for something like Melodious. I'm gonna be honest with you. I played Melodious at German Nationals, and Herald of the Orange Light, as good as negating a monster effect and destroying the card is, it's really bad to discard 2 cards. Like, if you now tell me that all of the fairies in the deck have a graveyard effect, so they're all good discards for Orange Light, then okay, now I'm listening. But just like, oh, you can go -1 to negate a monster effect in your deck is... It's not like a huge advantage. It's good, you know, you can play it if you want to, it's fine, but like it's not like that's gonna make me want to play the deck. Like, because Herald of the Orange Light is not like inherently a broken card. It's, you know, pretty fine. We want to see your striker list. I'll show you the striker list in a second. But I want to talk about Doom of Dimension a little bit more. Dude, how many Sulfur Cores did I look at? Okay. what I'm struggling to see from Doom of Dimension, and that's something I'm a little sad about. I feel like that's something they should do a little bit more of, is like good generic cards that can kind of like shape up the format a little bit. Like it feels like we get like 1 or maybe 2 generic cards that are actually relevant in most of these sets. Because for this set, it's basically just Dominus Spiral, right? And even that card is not that relevant, right? That's it. That's the only generic card that matters in this set. And even this one is like relatively like you can't play it everywhere, right? The draw card was cool. I mean, yeah, but that's part of an archetype. I know that we're gonna talk about the Radiant Typhoon quick spell, especially when we're gonna look into the Sky Striker deck that I played yesterday. But it's not like it's sure it's technically a generic card, but like I don't know. I kind of feel like that would be one way to shake up a format a little bit, is just by introducing some generically good cards, which we don't have many in this set. But Dominus Spiral, I think, is fine. I'm just struggling to see which deck is really gonna use it, right? Because no light or dark is pretty rough for most meta decks. I mean, Yami obviously can't, K9 can't, Draco Tail can't, Mitsurugi can't, Lunalight can't. So it's like, it's pretty tough. Mermail, sure. Fire King, yeah. The other thing is even like, how good is the Dominus Spiral Disruption? Like, how good is it against the decks in the format? I think against like, what are you doing against Draco Tail with Dominus Spiral? You just go like end phase bounce the seals? Like you bounce seals and they revive a Draco Tail name from the graveyard? That's not a great deal for you. Against Yami, if you're lucky and they play into it, because they need to play into it with Marshmallow, then you can maybe bounce Herald in the end phase, but they can remake it on your turn. I don't know about that. Yeah. Even if Yami turns it on, it's Fissure for Arclight. It's even worse because it goes back into the extra deck, right? And so they can remake it, which is actually relevant because it's limited now. So it's even worse than just like it doesn't even destroy the Arclight, it just makes them able to make it again. So I don't think it's this, however, I will say about Dominus Spiral, I think this card has relatively little impact immediately, but this card will be good eventually. There will be a format for this card. There will be a deck for this card that can use it, and then there's like another deck in the format where it's really good against it. This, like all the Dominus cards, it's a high quality card. It's just not good right now. Is how I feel about it. Right. Everything about Radiant Typhoon is not in the best timing. Actually, let's take a look at Radiant Typhoon, because we're going to take a look at my Sky Striker deck in a second, but I kind of want to remind myself of what this archetype does, because all I know at the moment is the quick play spell. Everything else, I kind of forgot what it did. Radiant Typhoon Eldam. If you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your grave, or your opponent controls no spell traps, special this from your hand. You can only special it once per turn this way. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Radiant Typhoon monster from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Eldam once per turn. See, this is a really high quality card. MST is decent into Yami or Draco Tail. I did talk about this already in regards to the quick play spell in Sky Striker, the draw 2, discard 1, where people use it in the OCG at the moment. People are using that alongside one MST. MST is a strong card in the format. Funnily enough, it's not good enough for you to play like randomly in any deck. But MST is a pretty solid card, actually. If you have a reason to play it, which in this deck you obviously do have a reason to play it. It has applications, you know, being able to pop Draco Tail sets is good going first or second. Like imagine they go, you go first, you set MST, and then they fuse into something, and then set K2 from the deck, and you just like MST it, or Rahu, right? And then they need to find another way to extend. Against Yummy, when you're going second, you can just MST Surprise, and that's good to get rid of. Or when you go first and they try to play into your board, you can just MST the field spell when they try to revive, and that's also pretty good, actually. They also lose the attack boost, so it becomes a lot harder for them to actually, you know, like go for game, or they have to like find a way to get the spell card back from the graveyard, which is also going to make things awkward for them, maybe. So I think MST is not a bad card. Like it's not like a bad engine requirement to have. Of course, it's not always going to be amazing, but I think it's fine. You use Engage, they use Flame, you chain MST on Engage, GG's. I did that a lot yesterday with Droplet and Linkage to dodge Flame, yeah. And MST can do the same thing. Radiant Typhoon Phonics, the Great Flame. If a quick play spell is activated, special summon this card from your hand. If a quick play spell is activated, you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls, shuffle them into the deck. If MST is activated, you can special summon this card. Don't use each effect of Radiant Phonics once per turn. Okay. Oh, this was the really good one, right? The Crocia. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects while your opponent controls no spell traps. You can only use each effect once per turn. If a quick play spell is activated, you can special this card from your hand. If this costs normal or special, add a Radiant Typhoon and Miss MST from your deck or grave to your hand. Also, you can special summon for the rest of the turn except wind monsters. Yeah. This is the one that searches too. Just a really grindy engine. Now that I'm reading these again, I do remember that they all felt like pretty high quality cards. It just feels like something, it feels like they need something else to work with. Like another archetype that synergizes well with them. Because the pure deck, I feel like just is a little bit too gimmicky. They make a rank 3 into Requiem. Sure. So how are you trying to do this? So you're going special summon Eldam, and that's going to add a Radiant Typhoon monster, which can add Swen. And then you can special Swen. And then Swen gives you another card in hand. And you can make Fiendsmith? Sure. Do they not get windlocked? The only one that locks you is this one, I think. This one says you can't special for the rest of this turn except wins if you use the one to search 2 cards. Swen can add the Rhoda to add Eldam too. Add a level 4 or lower Radiant Typhoon from your deck to your hand. So what you're saying is, if you start with Eldam or Swen, that is a 1-card Fiendsmith combo that also generates a card in hand. Sure, I could see it. I think one inherent problem with these cards, however, is the Rhoda too. Sure. The problem is that going second, all of these cards, instead of being all free extenders, are all dead cards. Because I mean, they're not dead cards, but they need to be normal summoned, right? They need to be normal summoned. So when you because every deck has set cards, right? Like every deck at the moment is gonna have set stuff. Draco Tail, K9 also has spell traps. Yummy has spell traps. So like if you put like 3 Swen, 3 Eldam, 3 of the Rhodas, and all of that into your deck, you're gonna have to force out all the back row going second before you can actually use them, right? Draco Tail can stop you turn 0. Yeah. Imagine you go special one of them, and then they go like 5 mana, fuse 2 Draco Tails, and set 2 spell traps, and you're like, oh, what now? What? What is this again? Special summon this card from your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect, negate the effect. Then if you have 2 or more mystical space in your grave, destroy that monster. All right. I think this is a pretty cool engine. I haven't messed around with this deck yet. The only card I've messed around with, of course, is Radiant Typhoon Vision, which is the one that draws 2 and discard 1. Which is a generically good card in Sky Striker, for example, because it has a lot of quick play spells. So I wanna definitely try that out. But I have a feeling that this archetype, it's a good archetype. It has good cards. It's relatively splashable because it doesn't lock you early. Like, of course, this locks you at some point, but like these are really easy starters, you know, pretty high quality cards. They can be special summoned, don't even take your normal summon. And like, it's a decent engine. I just feel like you might need to find the thing that synergizes with this. And then maybe you can cook. Huh? Nice. I don't know what he wants. Show cat. He is just now walking out of the room. I don't know if he wants to come back. Okay. Anyways, what I was saying is I think these cards have a lot of potential. I don't think I will have the time to try these before YCS Lille. Because here's the thing. YCS Lille is at this point basically 1 week away. So time is very limited in order to prepare. And I feel like I need to narrow down my deck selection as quickly as possible at this point. Otherwise, I'm not going to have enough time to practice the deck that I want to be playing, because I did notice at my locals and regionals that I'm still not playing well enough for my liking with decks like Draco Tail and Yummy and stuff. And so if I end up like spending too much time on playing experimental decks, then I won't be able to actually play my deck well. But this card is really good, no matter what. Speaking of Sky Striker, if you want to, I can quickly show you the Sky Striker list that I used at regional at locals yesterday. So I don't think it's sorted. Let me sort it real quick. So the reason I played Sky Striker at locals yesterday was because I wanted to play a deck that was like good post ban list, which I think it is. I think Sky Striker is a good deck. But like, I also wanted, like, it was weird because there is no Doom of Dimensions yet. So like playing something like Yummy or Draco Tail or whatever, I feel like I was just gonna miss the new cards too much, and it was gonna be harder to evaluate it. But yeah. So I tried Sky Striker. So I can tell you how that went in a second. And also, we have gameplay. We have gameplay. I recorded it. We're gonna take a look at it tomorrow. I just didn't have the time yesterday night, or we didn't have the time to get it ready for the stream, because whenever you do record with the GoPro, it splits it up into segments if the video is too long, so you have to, like, you know, you have to put them all together. And I got home at like 11 yesterday after locals, because what ended up happening was we were 16 people when we started locals, which gives you 4 rounds. And then we were all like, oh, phew, only 16 people. We don't have to play 5 rounds, because we started at 6 p.m., I think. So 5 rounds would have taken us until like way after, like probably like around 10-ish. And so everyone was like, oh, thank God we're not 17 people, because with 17 people, we would have to play 5 rounds. And then someone... after round 1, someone else showed up and was like, I want to still play. I'm going to start 0-1. And then we were 17 people and we had to play 5 rounds. So yeah. Okay. All right. Sky Striker that I brought to locals. I want to talk about the deck list a little bit. I want to talk about my experience, how this deck felt. The idea was, I mean, of course, I like the Sky Striker deck, but the idea was with Paradise Smasher out of the format and with decks like Yummy and Draco Tail making more quote-unquote fair boards, maybe we can make, and Mitsurugi too, maybe we can build a Sky Striker deck that just blinds second and just and breaks boards and so on and so forth, and it seemed pretty good. It did ultimately also do pretty well at the World Championships in a relatively similar environment. I will say there's a card releasing in Doom of Dimensions that is going to benefit this deck a lot, and I will talk about how I feel about the chances of the deck moving forward after Doom of Dimensions as well. But first, I want to show you what I decided to play yesterday. Keep in mind, this is before Doom of Dimensions, which is also why I played Sky Striker, because I couldn't play like post Doom of Dimension, like Draco Tail or Yummy or whatever. So I wanted to try Sky Striker. 3 Rays, 2 Rose, because I'm a coward, and I played Desires, and I didn't want to play 1 Rose, but I think Desires just felt way too vital to not, like, you know, Desires just felt too good, basically. So I decided to go 3 and 2. I think if you want to play without Desires, it's completely reasonable. I mean, you're always going to play 1 Rose if you play, if you don't play Desires. 3 Engage for the Striker spells, 3 Linkage, 3 Widow Anchor. This is for the most part standard. Then I played 2 Lemnis Gate because I was scared of losing it from Desires again. Once again, because Desires is at 3 in the TCG, I decided to play all 3. And therefore I made the concession of playing a second Lemnis and a second Rose. You can get away with 1 each, I believe, but I liked it. I play 1 Shark Cannon because it hits Mitsurugi, at least in theory. That was my that was the idea. Mitsurugi is a deck that is hyped a lot at the moment, and so I liked playing 1 copy of Shark Cannon because you can recycle it to outgrind the Mitsurugi opponent, you know, banish their Kusanagi, then reset it with multi-roll, which is the next card, and outgrind that way. Also against Draco Tail, I did banish the 1 of Gulamel a couple of times, which is neat. Yeah. 1 Jamming Waves is the last Sky Striker card. Still no Hornet Drones. I still don't really... In going first, I can understand playing Hornet Drones. Or also after the Radiant Typhoon card comes out, I think playing Hornet Drones is more reasonable. I think blind second, the fact that Hornet Drones is a starter doesn't really matter. And I think it's just too low quality of a card. Jamming Waves was kind of nice. I liked it. So that is the Sky Striker package. Then, like I mentioned, we have 3 Pot of Desires, 3 Upstart Goblins, 3 Forbidden Droplet, 3 Trust, 1 Talents. So this is your consistency spells. Just fill the graveyard as fast as you can, and your board breakers. Followed up by 2 Raigekis. The reason why it's 2 Raigekis, I can tell you, I couldn't find my third. I'm 100% certain that I have 3 somewhere, but when I was building the deck yesterday for locals, I just could not find it for the life of me. So I just had to play 2. I couldn't find my third. But it was fine. Raigeki was good. Raigeki was good. I would have played a third if I had it. I also played 1 Duster because I think right now, like there's a lot of decks that set up a lot of back row that can be quite annoying. I'm talking about like all the Yummy set cards. I'm talking about like the Mitsurugi set prayers and so on and so forth. People are setting their imperms, of course, and then there's also, of course, Draco Tail, which of course they have Draco Tail Flame, but forcing Draco Tail Flame with this is pretty high value. Also, it's very notable in the Draco Tail matchup that you have multiple ways to dodge Draco Tail Flame, which is a very good play most of the time when you have linkage or droplet, is to activate a spell card that they want to negate with flame, and then when they target the flame, you just send it off of the field to basically dodge the targeting negation. This is a blind second list, because that's what I really wanted to try, and honestly, I think that is the way moving forward. I think blind second is good. That felt good with Sky Striker. I liked that a lot. There's 1 Rhoda. There's 1 Terraforming with Chicken Game, which I will say felt a little weird to play these 2 together. I think I got unlucky with it too. Like the Chicken Game in general, in theory, this is a really high quality card in this deck because you just play it, you draw a card, and then you have a free send for linkage or droplet, which is really nice. And you get, of course, you get to play Terraforming, which is another spell in your graveyard. I think post Doom of Dimensions, I would still play these 2, but I would also play 1 Area Zero. Together with the new Radiant Typhoon spell, you also play 1 Mystical Space Typhoon, which can turn your Area Zero into a Ray or Rose, which I think is nice. So that makes a lot more sense together then. 1 Called By. I negated Droll and Lockbird with this yesterday, which was really crucial. Called By is amazing in this deck. You care a lot about Ash Blossom. You care a lot about Droll and Lockbird, obviously. Droll post side. I mean, here's the thing. This deck is really, really bad into Droll and Lockbird. It's awful. Genuinely awful. Which is one of the main concerns about this deck for me moving forward. Because I think Droll and Lockbird is going to be a very popular side deck card. I think people aren't going to main deck Droll necessarily that much. But like, post side for decks like Luna Light and Mitsurugi, I think Droll is going to be very popular. And yesterday as well, I think everybody side decked Droll against me. So that's rough. The last card, because I didn't have room for Foolish Burial Goods, because I played I played extra copies of Rose and Linkage. I decided to play Imperm instead of Black Goat Laughs as a 1 of thrust target, just in case someone sends me first in game 1. And I felt like Imperm was an okay card to have in general as a board breaker or hand trap. Like just the 1 of I feel like wouldn't hurt. The Imperm didn't feel good to me, to be honest. I think it's probably better to either go back to Goods and Black Goat or just don't play a trap for going first and say screw it. I did not like the Imperm at all. Okay, so while the entire deck is laid out here, let me talk about, before I show you extra and side deck, let me talk about how the deck felt and how I feel like the deck is going to improve moving forward. The deck felt good. I brought it to locals yesterday. I played 5 rounds. I don't want to spoil how all my games went because we're still going to look at the matches on stream. So I don't want to spoil exactly what my result was, but the deck felt pretty strong. I think the Draco Tail matchup is very interesting with it and very fun, actually. Which is it's a good thing because the Draco Tail matchup is going to be very relevant moving forward. I didn't play against any Yummy yesterday, which isn't surprising because they don't have Marshmallow yet. But the Draco Tail matchup is good. It requires some maneuvering, which I messed up here and there. So I think with proper practice, because this deck is not easy to play, I feel like it was a matter of, I went second with it. I was able to break basically any board that everybody made at locals without a problem. But I think sometimes I focused a little bit too much on trying to win the game immediately, when I think the main focus should probably be to break the board and set up your own board for the follow-up turn. I think that was that was a mistake that I made, is I tried to focus too much on actually trying to go for game, which meant that I made like decisions early on in the turn. Like let's say in the early turn, in the beginning of the turn, I searched a linkage, for example, because I felt like I may have been able to OTK with it. And that's why I chose to add the linkage. And then later down the line, I found out, or I realized like, hey, I'm not going to be able to go for a game. I have to go for a grind game here. And then maybe the linkage that I searched earlier in the turn was worse than if I had searched a multi-roll or a lemniscate, for example, right? So I think this deck requires a lot of experience, but if you have that experience, I think it is a good pick. Here's a couple of problems that I noticed though, that I think everyone should be aware of if you play this deck. Number one, timer. The new time rules are not good for Sky Striker, because this deck I think is at its best when you blind second with it. You let your opponent full combo and then you break their board, which can take a decent amount of time. Especially if you can't go for game because you have to break their board and then set up your own and then deal with their follow-up turn. A lot of decks in the current format, specifically Draco Tail, have pretty strong grind games, so it's not going to be as simple as, they're not going to like pass to one interruption on the next turn, right? So like you have to really understand, you have to play the deck quickly. You can't spend too much time thinking about everything. And you have to realize when you maybe have to scoop a game early or not, which is something that I wasn't able to do very well yesterday. So I got close-ish to time with the deck a couple of times, especially if I wasn't able to win 2-0, which I was able to win 2-0 a couple of times, but whenever it went to 3 games, it was tough. I didn't get a double loss during locals, but like it was close a couple of times. So I think that is something to consider. Another thing is Droll and Lockbird. Droll and Lockbird is a huge problem for this deck, and that makes it really annoying, especially post side. Droll and Lockbird against this deck is almost as powerful as Artifact Lancia was against Malice. So the fact that everybody is siding Droll is really not pleasant for Sky Striker. Potentially a big problem. Yeah. Still, this card is something I wanted to bring up. I wasn't able to play it yesterday because it is in Doom of Dimensions, which is releasing next week. But this card is absolutely amazing in Sky Striker, and I felt like if I had that card, I would have liked the deck even more. So what this card does is essentially it's a quick play spell that says draw 2 cards. Then if you have a Radiant Typhoon card or a quick play spell in your hand, discard one of them or your entire hand if you don't. This is basically an Allure of Darkness for this deck, but it puts the card in the graveyard. It's a quick play spell, so you can activate it in the draw phase to play around Droll and Lockbird a little bit. But just in general, I feel like this is the thing that this deck needs to really push the consistency over the edge. You know, like this deck is already surprisingly consistent now with 3 Ray, 3 Engage, 3 Linkage, 3 Desires in an Upstart Goblin deck, Rhoda, you know, like the deck is consistent enough, but being able to play 3 more basically Allure of Darkness for quick play spells is amazing in this deck. Sometimes even being able to put a Lemniscate into your grave is going to be a huge advantage as well, because that card can help you in some scenarios when you have it in the graveyard early. As well as this card also can search Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck, and you can activate both of these effects each. Like if you draw 2 of this card, you can activate one to draw 2 and the other one to search Mystical Space Typhoon, which is going to put 3 spells in your grave real quick. Which I think is awesome. So I would highly recommend after Doom of Dimension to play 3 copies of Radiant Typhoon Vision as well as a Mystical Space Typhoon. Here's the thing. I noticed something when I played this deck, and that is that this deck has a lot of draw power already. And with that Radiant Typhoon spell, that's going to be even more exaggerated, basically. I had some trouble with drawing once per turn cards multiple times. Of course, in this deck, mainly Pot of Desires, Forbidden Droplet, and Triple Tactics Talents are cards, and Thrust, not Talents, are once per turn spells. Now, I think Thrust is too powerful to not play at 3. Thrust, I think, is too important. Desires is also very strong. I don't think you cut Desires completely. I really don't think you cut Desires completely. I think Desires is too powerful to completely cut. But I could see playing 2. I could see playing 2 because it's once per turn anyways, and this deck draws a lot of cards. And then maybe with 2 Desires, you could argue it's okay to risk playing 1 Rose. So that is something you can do. I think the Imperm can go. I think the Shark Cannon and the Jamming Waves are not necessarily staples. So there's some room for stuff to cut for the new Radiant Typhoon card. So that's something I wanted to mention. Let's quickly go over the extra deck. And then I'll talk about the side deck a little bit, which for side decking was really awkward with this deck, but I'll talk about that in a second. Extra deck 3-0, 3 Kagari, 1 Shizuku, 1 Hayate, 1 Kaina. I had no issues with resource management with this lineup. I was always able to, like, usually you don't need these twice, and even if you do, you have Lemnis Gate to recycle them relatively easily, so that was no problem. Same with 1 Azalea and 1 Zeke. I never needed more of those. This Sky Striker package was completely sufficient for me. Then, of course, there's 1 SP. 1 Dark the Dark Charmer. I like this card in this current format a lot. I think it's very nice to steal a Murakumo to be able to Raigeki the opponent. That was the main idea behind it. But it also came up in some other game states. Especially when, like, sometimes you have, let's say you have a Kagari in the extra monster zone, and you take a dark monster from your opponent, and you kind of want to... What that allows you to do is you can go into dark, you can then take their dark monster from the graveyard, and then you can turn those 2 into Azalea to get back into a Sky Striker name, which I thought was cool. I played 1 Hita, which is gonna that's gonna make sense when I show you the side deck. And I played 1 Typhon because we're blinding second and we're trying to grind. So I thought Typhon was appropriate. That was the extra deck. I have no complaints here, no cards I missed. Yeah, pretty good. I used most of this extra deck except for Typhon that just didn't come up yesterday. You can just make Zeke. You can make Zeke instead of this Dark into Azalea play, but then Azalea gets to pop a card and Zeke doesn't. So if you want to deal with like a back row, for example, against Draco Tail, I did this a lot where I went into Dark because they made Philia Rages. So I went Dark, steal the Philia, and then made Azalea with that. So I think that's good. Side deck. The side deck for this deck, I think, was not perfect that I played because I wasn't sure. I really was not sure what was going to happen. Like, if I play game 1 and my opponent sees I'm playing Sky Striker, are they going to send me first or not? So, like, let's say I win game 1. What do I side deck? Do I side deck for going first? Do I side deck for going second? I thought it was really hard to make that call. And so my side deck ended up being a little weird because of that. But that is something that also just, like, takes practice. For example, there was like a K9 Crystron deck that I played against, and that deck still just went first. But then there was Draco Tail decks, and the Draco Tail decks, they did send me first because they, Draco Tail like doesn't want to go first against Sky Striker. So, my solution was to side deck Ash Blossom because in my head I was like, okay, I can side deck Ash, and that card is going to be fine whether I have to go first or second, right? Like that's why I thought Ash was a fine pick. And Ash was okay. I didn't hate Ash because I sided it in whenever my opponent was making the choice and I wasn't sure whether they were going to send me first or not. Like against Draco Tail, for example. I was like, okay, Ash is going to be fine no matter what. I played 3 Fuvas. I like Fuva in this deck in theory because not in game 1. In game 1, I don't like it, but in game 2 and 3, I think it has some more merit because this is basically an anti-droll measure in some matchups because one thing that this deck cannot handle is when your opponent plays a combo deck, makes a full board and has a Droll and Lockbird in hand. So what Fuva does is it's going to discourage your opponent from make the full board. So they're going to make a smaller board, and it also gives you a higher chance to draw your outs to Droll and Lockbird. So basically the best of both worlds. It's going to make the deck the board easier to break. It's going to make the Droll and Lockbird less impactful because they have a smaller board in front of it, and it also makes it easier for you to draw an out to it. I decided, because I was really scared of Lunalight, I decided to play the Sky Striker Kaiju. But because the Sky Striker Kaiju is once per turn, you can only special summon it once per turn. I didn't feel confident with it because I'm basically playing almost no hand traps, so my opponent can probably make 2 Liger Dancers. So I also played 1 Dogoran, and that's what the Hita is for, right? So in theory, against Lunalight, you have this, which is very easily searchable by Sky Striker, and then I can make a Hita with a Kagari, and that can search Dogoran, so I have 2 outs to Liger. And I thought that was in theory a good split. I didn't play against any Lunalight, so I can't say if that works. But I think in theory I feel pretty good about having multiple answers to the Lunalight deck now, because I think Lunalight is one of the decks that people should have on their radar now with the new format, and so I decided to respect it by playing both in the deck. I side deck 3 Salesman. I believe this is something that you just have to do with Sky Striker. Because Droll and Lockbird, like I said, Droll and Lockbird freaking FTKs you. I think the best, and I also played 1-dimensional barrier. So basically the plan against Droll and Lockbird is either activate Salesman, call Droll, called by it, or worst case, you have the triple tactics cards. If you get drolled, you can thrust, set D barrier, or Talons look at their hand. Yeah. No Daruma for Lunalight. There could be a Daruma for Lunalight, but I'm a little too worried to rely on that because they have the Silverhound in the grave to negate it. So like you kind of have to bait that somehow first, which is not always a given. But you could also play a D barrier for a Karmic Cannon for Lunalight. The reason why I didn't play Black Goat is because this is before Doom of Dimensions. So I didn't expect any yummies. Post Doom of Dimension, you would obviously play Black Goat, but I figured like Obedience Schooled is already at 1, and they don't have the Marshmallow yet, so I didn't expect people to actually play Yummy yet. So that's why there's no Black Goat. And then I played 3 Evenlies for Draco Tail. Because it's really good against Draco Tail because you basically win the grind game on the spot if you resolve an Evenly against it. Which I thought was nice. I never actually resolved Evenly, I just didn't draw it against Draco Tail. In general, I think Evenly and Fuva were both a little bit awkward because like I said, I never knew after I won, I believe I won every single game 1 that I played. And after I won game 1, I wasn't sure if my opponent was going to go first or not, so I didn't side deck these. And then most of my opponents, the Draco Tail opponents, did send me first, so I was happy I didn't put this in. But at the same time, if people actually send you first, maybe you should have more stuff in your side deck for going first. If it's actually if it's realistic that everyone sends you first, you have to play something for that. So yeah. Yeah, Draco Tail should probably send you first all the time, so you can probably play like more D barriers or something like that for it, or Heat Wave, sure. The side deck could have been done better. I kind of threw it together last minute and just wanted to try out some things, but part of it was good. It was funny because I didn't play against Lunalight, but I did play against Pearly, so you can guess how that went. But yeah. Sky Striker. My impression of this deck was that it felt pretty good. It felt like a viable option for YCS Lille. I'm gonna consider it. It definitely had its flaws though. Droll and Lockbird felt like a menace. If I didn't have an answer to Droll, it felt really, really bad. And that is a problem in a format where I think presumably most people are going to side deck 3 Droll and Lockbirds, and that's tough. The timer is also an issue, but The positive thing is that I feel like if I had played the deck better, if I had more practice, if I have time to work on the list, and with the new card from Doom of Dimension, the Radiant Typhoon Vision, I think this deck is a really, really strong pick. And one thing I really like about this deck is that it doesn't even feel bad going first with it. Like, if my opponent sends me first, I don't think I care that much. Like, the setup going first is not bad. It's just better going second. It's completely fine going first, but it's just better going second. So it's not like Tenpai, where you are kind of reliant on going second because you need the battle phase, and if your opponent sends you first, your deck kind of does nothing. That is not the case with this deck. I think this deck is capable of making good boards going first, and I like that. But it's just, I think it's just preferred to go second if you can. So yeah, that was my experience with Sky Striker at locals, and we're gonna take a look at the games tomorrow, which I think the games tomorrow will have a lot to discover in terms of better lines. Because the gameplay of this deck is genuinely pretty interesting. Like, you're gonna let your opponent full combo, and then you're gonna try to maneuver around their board, which I think is pretty cool. We're gonna have a total of 3 rounds to look at tomorrow because my battery of the GoPro died again because I didn't charge them properly. That was my bad. So I was only able to capture 3 out of 5 rounds, but we still have some pretty good games there. So that's something I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And I think in those matches, I definitely could have played better. So I think we can find some pretty good stuff to improve. So that's the thing. That's the thing, chat, with me and the current format is, like, with my TCG content, I've been trying to basically play every deck a little bit. You know, I was trying to get you guys a little bit of content here and a little bit of content there, playing this deck, playing that deck, which is ultimately something I want to do. I want to be familiar with every deck in the format. But, like, with the YCS getting closer and closer, I feel like my position at the moment is a little tough because I've played every deck a little bit, but I've played no deck, like, extensively, right? Like, I have no deck that I'm, like, an expert on. I'm more like I have a little experience with everything, but nothing that I'm super well versed with. Which is something I definitely need to change for the YCS, because whatever I end up playing for the YCS, I'm gonna need to be an expert at it, which is tough because there's not that much time left. So the question is basically, how much time do I have to still find a deck? Because ultimately, like, even if, like, you know, I feel like I have to decide on a deck relatively soon. Otherwise, I'm not going to have enough time to fully learn all the matchups with it, because there's, like, so much to learn in the current format, which I think is cool. But yeah. If you would play a regional this weekend, would you consider Striker, or would you say it's not good enough? There's too many draws. I think Sky Striker is fine. I think I would consider it, yeah. If I had a regional this weekend, I probably wouldn't play Sky Striker. But not because I don't like it, but more so because I would want to try something else in regards of YCS Lille. But if you have one regional this weekend and you like the Sky Striker deck, I think it is a good choice. I genuinely think it is good. Just be aware of time. Yeah, that's definitely something. But honestly, I think that is true for every deck you play. Of course, the issue is bigger with something like Sky Striker that blinds second. But, like, everyone for YCS Lille is going to be playing a YCS with the new time rules for the very first time. So it's going to be a challenge for everybody to, like, honestly find the right spots to scoop and everything. Like, it hasn't really been an issue for me at the regionals I've gone to. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about the time rules, but it is definitely something to take into consideration. Like, depending on the deck you play, and I also think that is what practice is good for, right? Like, the more you practice, the better you will be at understanding when a game state is worth playing out and when a game state just needs to be scooped. Because that is a really, really important skill, right? You don't want to scoop a game that you would be winning, but you also don't want to play too long in a game that you are losing anyways, right? And so like, especially with decks like Draco Tail, Yummy in the format, which are both like a Draco Tail board, a Yummy board, and a Mitsurugi board are basically always something you can play into, right? And you are basically always going to be able to somewhat play into the board and maybe break it a little bit, and then you probably can't kill them though, because they're really good at surviving. You know, like Mitsu, Yummy, and Draco Tail are very hard to actually like OTK. So you have to basically understand at which point is it worth scooping, because you are not going to make a board that's strong enough against their follow-up, right? So that's hard. I think that's the hardest part of the time rules, is like understanding when to scoop. Because if you do understand when to scoop, then I think you have no problem finishing 3 games in 50 minutes. Especially if your opponent also scoops a game like relatively early, I think you have no issues at all. But yeah. It's not like self-explanatory. Hurts the Draco Tail matchup for Yummy. It's in general, I mean, the reason why I don't think it's that big of a problem is because, yes, decks like Draco Tail, Yummy, and Mitsurugi are grindy like that, and you do need to practice when to surrender. However, those decks also have faster combos, right? So that's the other thing. I would encourage everyone to practice their combos and learn their lines and stuff like that, because then a Mitsu combo, a Yummy combo, or a Draco Tail combo should not be taking too long, right? Like you're gonna spend some time playing into the board, but they spend significantly less time setting up the board. You know, like it's no like Dragon Link or Memento or Malice, right? Like those decks are significantly faster on turn 1, right? So that makes that issue smaller, because the honestly, a Draco Tail turn 1 should probably never take longer than like 4 or 5 minutes, right? And the same is true for Yummy. Like they should not be taking longer than that. Unless, of course, like they're getting nibbed and FUVA'd and ashed and stuff like that, then yeah, it can take a little bit longer, but like they shouldn't be taking a crazy amount of time. I think with Yummy at the regional in 9 rounds, the closest I ever got to time was like 10 minutes left. And that was like 3 pretty grindy games against Mitsurugi, right? So yeah. I don't know why people keep saying Vanquish Soul is dead. Tried playing the deck with new testing post ban list. With DOOD format, the deck works perfectly fine, and many times I did not even have to use Saryuja Scaldred. Also, it's easy now with Noroi to set up an Omni Negate for them in terms of Therion. So like I said earlier, I agree with you. I don't think that Vanquish Soul is dead. My problem is I don't see a reason to play Vanquish Soul unless you really want to. I think it's very hard to make an argument that Vanquish Soul is still the best deck, because I just don't think it is. I think it's alive, but I don't think it's better than other decks, is the problem. Because the problem with Vanquish Soul K9 was always, if you only drew the K9 cards, it kind of sucked. And that's going to happen way more now. Of course, K9 Noroi gives you 3 more starters. But even look at it. Okay, look at it from this perspective. Okay, K9 Vanquish Soul was already kind of inconsistent. It has lost 4 starters. And if you add Noroi into the mix, you regain 3 starters. So even in a vacuum, you lose 1 starter with the ban list, which maybe you could make up for it, but the quality of the starter is also a lot worse, right? Like it's when you normal summon a Raisin and that gets impermed, that is not the same as if you normal summon a Noroi and it gets impermed, right? It's not just, you're not just losing 1 starter in terms of raw numbers, you're also losing starters in terms of quality a lot. Stake Your Soul being the best extender, and it's now a 1-of, is kind of bad. Going second with Holy Sue, the odds of drawing Holy Sue with a Vanquish Soul and also Fire and Dark are super, super slim, because you just don't have enough good fires. And the fires are usually not Vanquish Souls. So, like, it's a playable deck. It is a playable deck, and if you really like it and you really vibe with it, then I think it's 100% valid to play. But I don't think it's, like, the best combo deck in the format. All right. Can't even add more case as it's not a 1 card. Oh yeah, we did not mention that earlier. The whole combo with Noroi does not work with case as well. So, like, normally you go Noroi. I'll show you what the issue is. You go Noroi, special Jokul, add Lantern, overlay for Ripper, detach Noroi to search another Jokul. Then you go Lantern, bring back Noroi, Lantern adds case, and then case gives you an Azuna. And then you go Jokul, special Izuna, and that's your 4 monsters with different names to make Saryuja, right? The problem is, if you start with case, you can still do a lot of things. But, like, let's say you go case for Noroi. Noroi specials Jokul. Jokul adds Lantern. You can make Ripper, detach the Noroi, search for Jokul or Izuna. The problem here is that you don't have enough. You're missing 1 body, basically, right? Like, you can go Lantern, revive this, but then the Lantern case is once per turn. So if you add another case, you can't activate that. So you're probably just gonna search Forced Release. But now you're stuck with only 1 monster in your hand, Izuna or Jokul, and you don't have another level 5 to special the Jokul with, right? So you would need another level 5 in your hand. So the raw 1 card combo does not actually get to Saryuja. Yeah. You need, like, another level 5 in hand to do it. Or maybe you can do it if you skip the Ripper, but I'm not sure. Right? So case alone is not even as good of a starter. Right? In general, I just think, like, Vanquish Soul K9 is in such a bad spot if your opponent hand traps the Noroi, right? Like, if Noroi gets interrupted, I think things become pretty tough. Like, Imperm on Noroi, Fuva on Noroi, I think is pretty bad for Vanquish Soul. Right? Well, yeah. Alright, gamers. We're gonna call it a day for now. I have to go a little bit earlier today because we have to be somewhere at 5. So we're going a little early today, but I will be back tomorrow, and I will also be streaming on Saturday and Sunday this week. So I will see you guys tomorrow or on the weekend. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you all for the support. Thank you all for the subs as always. You guys are amazing. Thank you for all of that. Let me see where I can send you guys. I'll send you guys over to Trish. I haven't rated Trish in a while because he usually doesn't stream at these times. There's Gem Knight Gaming in Master Duel. Okay, well, enjoy that. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.